Hello, hello. How is everyone today? It is the 6th day of September, Saturday, also the day of our members live, which will be coming later this evening because we have news to get out. How is everyone today? Hey, Kiki. Hey, Teresa. Hello, hello. Hello, Anne Reynolds and Kimberly and Lori, everyone here. I want Baba Rose. Thank you all for being here. We have a lot of information today, updates coming out and everything else. Please put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me before I get started. Hope everyone is doing well today. Give me a 1 if you can hear me. Hi, Alcoholic. Hey, Minnie. Minnie, can you hear me? Perfect. Hey, Caroline. Hello, everyone. We are here. Hey, Cece. So good to see you all here. Great to hear from you. We are here today for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. For those of you who are wondering when we are doing our members live today, it will be later this evening because we had this to get out today. Hello, Chris Miller. Good to see you. It's been a bit. So, Teresa, I want to thank you for being a member for 10 months. Thank you for all you do, Jay. Well, you are more than welcome. We are Sebastian's Army, and Sebastian's Army is growing. Today, I'm going to show you a post from a celebrity who has many, many, many followers who is posting about Sebastian now. Very good news. We're also going to cover the FBI update. I know it came out when we were live the other night, and I praised the fact that they were posting. As we were reading it, we pointed out some errors. And I went back after our live, and it just ate me alive with the way that is written, the mistakes that are in there. And yes, it's great they're posting, but for God's sake, if you're going to post about a child who is one of your most wanted, why don't you check your flyer first? So we have a lot to get into today. We're going to talk about a little bit about Sunny. We're going to talk about Warsham's. We're going to talk about Texas Roadhouse and the updates going on. And if you have not seen the new post from at night, it says, "Don't lie, kids die." And that is the absolute truth. There's no excuse to be lying, misleading, deflecting, and being silent when there is a child's life at stake. Because unless you know Sebastian's life is not at stake and you have that knowledge, then speak up. Because it makes no sense, the silence. Because his life is in danger. We don't know where he is. And if you are silent during tips, leads, ransoms, threats to life, it makes everyone scratch their heads and go, why aren't they worried about Sebastian's well-being? What possibly could they know that doesn't kick their little tushes into action, right? So we're going to talk about a lot today. Panda, we have a birthday in the house today. Our dear friend Panda. Let me give you her full name. I'm sorry, shouldn't say it. Panda Bear's mom. Happy birthday, my friend. And any other September birthdays in the house. Thank you also for your sweet donation. That's cute. I hope you're doing something special for your birthday. So welcome in. If you would hit the thumbs up on your way in, it would be much, much appreciated. And we are going to go ahead and get to it. Let's get to it. So I say, you lie, we look. And the reason I say that is when people don't tell the truth about something, that something needs to be looked into, right? Like the time we got a warning about talking about a year ago or so, talking about Sumner County politics. We were told, mind your own business. Unless you live here, stay out of our politics. Well, then what does that tell us to do? Let's look right at those politics. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start with that. I have no understanding, and I know none of you do as well, that there are relationships going on in Sumner County that are sharing information amongst themselves regarding Sebastian, but not sharing it they're hiding it. Let's put it that way. They're hiding it. And also, when you lie, we look. When you hide stuff, we look. When you deflect, we look, and we will continue to look. But those relationships, what really bothers me is people speaking about Sebastian like they want to help, but they have information in their pocket that they are unwilling to release because they don't want to hurt their personal relationships in town. So if you are one of those individuals, you can stop speaking about Sebastian until you start speaking about everything you know, because we don't want to hear it. We don't want anyone to come out and say, I care, I'm here to help, but I'm pocketing some severe information. Because you know what? When we have commissioners and agents and law enforcement and everyone having information that they're not willing to release, but they share with particular people, something's wrong. They stand in front of press releases and say no corruption. They say no evidence of foul play, but yet amongst themselves, they're discussing some very serious things that may have been caught on footage. You're going to all have some problems when this comes to trial, because even if you're a housewife, a McDonald's worker, a friend, whatever you are, if you're holding information, you are aiding and abetting to the crime. So we will see you on the stand as well. So I'm not saying that to be nasty. I'm just saying when we're looking for a child, don't get out there and insert yourself if you're not willing to really help. If you're hiding information and inserting yourself, you're doing it for yourself and the attention, not to help Sebastian. Ba-ba boom. And that's what I mean. So welcome in, everyone. Thank you for being here. I just needed to get that off my chest because of all the whisperings going around in Sumner County, in Hendersonville, Tennessee, where Sebastian Rogers, this handsome young man, disappeared February 25th after he left the Texas Roadhouse. We will also be looking at talking about the Texas Roadhouse, and I'm going to show you some images I snapped from footage, and something's going on in the background. So in my opinion, there's 3 very important locations to this case. Hey, Castle. 3. Hey, Holly. Yes, all my mods in the house. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. You're a dream. You're so welcoming, and you run a fabulous chat. That's you, not me, and I appreciate you. So, let's get to it because there's things going on. I think there's 3 locations that are pivotal in my opinion. And those are Stafford Court, Texas Roadhouse, and Worsham's. And I think if you have anything on Worsham's, please send it to me. Anything you know, anything you have, send it to me. I'm trying to put some things together because I really think those are the 3 pivotal locations to the disappearance of Sebastian. Could I be wrong? Absolutely, I could be wrong. Hey, Kiki. Absolutely, I could be wrong. But from what I'm thinking, putting together, learning, you all send, I see, I believe those locations are pivotal. Worsham's, we talked about the other day, and we're going to talk about that too. So let's go ahead and get to it, because if you lie, kids die. And that's not okay. But what I'm saying is, if you are lying, if you are hiding information, if you are holding information because you simply don't want to hurt friendships, or you're afraid of local officials, which is what many are saying, then I'm sorry, we don't want to hear from you anymore until you are willing to come forward, because then you are just inserting yourself for attention, in my opinion. Welcome to the family, Deanna D. We have a new member. Deanna, we're meeting a little bit later today for Members Live. I'm going to share you guys some pictures of my new area. You'll see my dog swimming in the lake, and then we'll talk a little bit about some things going on. Hi, Bliss. How are ya? Lots of updates coming out from At Night. They are on fire. They are on fire. I'm so happy that Seth has a team that is posting, updating. They say the cavalry is growing. They will let us know as they have official confirmations of people joining the forces of Sebastian's army. So the silence in Sumner County, hey Beth, the silence in Sumner County and Hendersonville is going to be exposed soon, in my opinion. There is too much not too much, plenty of visibility growing here. People are putting eyes on this case. So that silence, those secrets going on in Hendersonville and Sumner County, guess what? We know those secrets. Guess what? Big important eyes are looking. So guess what? Your silence isn't working. Your silence is so loud, people are looking. And if you think I'm taunting people right now, I am poking a few people and you know who you are. Because I will say this, many of us have been on this case for a very long time. And we're not here for games. We're not here to walk away when the views might go down. We're not here to do any of that. We're here until Sebastian is located. So you want to keep whispering, you want to keep putting out misinformation, you want to keep saying it's not my place to say anything. Well, guess what? Wait till you're under oath and on a stand and we're all there watching and listening. I'm desperate for answers too, and there's people with answers in their pockets, Caroline Miller. And we're going to bring them out because if they don't want to say it now, they'll be saying it on the stand for all of us to see and listen. And then they'll be asked, why would you hold on to that kind of crucial, vital information during a search for a child? And then have the audacity to say, I just want to help. Well, it's not help if you're giving 1/4 of the information you know. We're going to start with the FBI post. Now, that came out when we were live the other day. I read it. I praised them for posting on him. We stopped and scratched our heads over some of the errors, but I just kept going because I wanted to raise a little bit of awareness for Sebastian that a federal agency was posting for him. But here's the thing that kind of bothers me, you all. Sebastian is one of the FBI's most wanted. Why do I have September 4th there? I don't know why I have September 4th there. Excuse me. Let me change that. I'm not sure why that's up there. Let me change that. Excuse me 1 second. I'm not sure why I have September 4th up there. But I'm going to change that real quick. Oh, sorry. So the thing that bothers me is if you've got a child that is one of your most wanted, and you are about to put out one of your first posts regarding that child in eons, I would think the Federal Bureau of Investigation, trained investigators, the very least would take a glance at the missing poster, their most wanted poster, before writing an article. For instance, perhaps you might want to know what age the child is. He is not 14 years old. He was 15 when he disappeared. He is now 16. It is so unprofessional. It's almost worth vomiting over. So let's go ahead and get to their post here. We're going to go over it again. If you were with us the other night, we saw those errors, but we gave them credit for posting, but now I'm going hard on this. This woke me up so many times the other night, just thinking of it, seething. And you know what I don't understand? I'm sure Seth was upset, but of course there's an individual who also is a parent to Sebastian we don't hear from. KP, does it upset you that they got the age of your child wrong? Does it upset you that you are now being quoted as saying it was a bang coming from your room? Let's get to it. I mean, I'd be out there correcting that information. Oh, September 4th post. That's why I had September 4th. September 4th post from FBI. Today is the 6th. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to Sebastian's whereabouts. And we also have many updates from at night and lots of stuff going on. Okay, so their 50,000 is part of the $500,000 that is available for anyone who is a coward hiding to come forth, grab the money, and speak and help us bring a child home. So if you know something that can help lead to Sebastian, take the $500,000 rather than your silence, because your silence is going to be shattered when this goes to trial and you are in the public sitting on the stand. Because I think many of us are pretty done with this as far as the malarkey, such as a sheriff saying flashlights are trash trucks. And now the FBI has come out, contradicted that in their post. And it is being said that it is lights from a neighbor's vehicle. Please. I don't know if I'm more insulted by them trying to pass that over, in my opinion, or if I'm more disgusted with the fact that they would. On February 26th, and I'm going to stop every time I see something that blows my mind. First of all, we have a quote from Detective Brandon Carter from Sumner County Sheriff's Office. He is the lead detective in this case. We have not seen him do an interview. We have not seen him come forth regarding Sebastian Rogers. He is very difficult to get a hold of. He is a very big challenge if you want a response. So let's talk about it. He says Sebastian's disappearance has deeply affected our community. Staying united and supportive will bring us closer to the answers that we're looking for. Amen. And what I want to explain is it doesn't mean united, just the good old boys sitting there. United means everyone working together. And that is not happening in Sumner County because there are secrets in Sumner County. This is what happened. This is what we saw, but don't tell anyone. That was a private conversation, or we don't want anyone to know that. Well, and I understand during investigative situations that you don't want to release certain things, but what are you investigating right now? And why is the sheriff saying a trash truck, and now we're hearing lights from a neighbor? Well, how about this? Retired FBI, retired homicide detectives, retired officers who have seen those lights. It is not one person with two flashlights in hand. It is not people with lights from a neighbor's. It is not a trash truck. They are moving towards each other. I don't know any individual who has that far reach to span Kellen Road to Stafford with a flashlight in their hands. No one has that arm reach. Okay? I don't know if it's insulting to you, but it's insulting to me that they think we would swallow that. On February 26, 2024, Katie Proudfoot, and those of you new to the case, that is Sebastian's mother, who was in charge of him, who was supervising him when he went missing. So therefore, she's responsible for where he is. Period. Boom. That's how it works. To her surprise, on February 26, Katie Proudfoot went to wake up her 14-year-old son. Let's stop within their first sentence. Those of you new to the case, we do not want you to be misled. The FBI post is incorrect for one of their most wanted. Sebastian was 15 when she went to wake up her son for school. And to her surprise, he was nowhere to be found. I find it very interesting that sentence, and I'm an English teacher, but it bothers me that they inserted in there to her surprise. That is a very targeted positioning of that phrase, to her surprise. That is wanting the public to think Katie Proudfoot was surprised when Sebastian wasn't there. She absolutely could have been. Absolutely. But when she doesn't get one interview, one media article, one panel of the same information going out, we start scratching our heads as to how much surprise there was, allegedly, in our opinion, because this is for entertainment purposes only. Although Sebastian's disappearance is not entertainment, and some people in Sumner County are treating it like that. Okay? So let's keep going. He was nowhere to be found. It was a big surprise. But it was such a surprise, we can't keep any of our stories straight. We drive through the neighborhood with our windows up. We say there's a silhouette in the window to our friend the next morning, caught on camera, but we don't go to the media and say, my child, there was someone in the house while we were sleeping and we were alone, just like my alibi says. She said nothing. KP, I would like to know, why was the silhouette caught in the window worth telling your buddy, but not worth telling the nation someone else was in the home when your son disappeared? Aren't you concerned that someone took your son? Isn't that something you'd want to take to the media? Why would you be silent about that? Why would you be silent when someone says trash truck, knowing you had your child put the trash in the front of the yard? If you believe that was a trash truck, KP, wouldn't you have had Sebastian or whoever took that trash out, allegedly, in my opinion, take it to the backyard for the four-wheeling trash trucks? Of course you would. But they know it. They don't go in the backyard because his last alleged chore was taking the trash to the front. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers had spent the previous day with his mother. The pair shopped at a department store. What? That had never been released before. Now, my fear is that's inaccurate information instead of new information, because when we start our first sentence with the age being wrong, it kind of makes me wonder, what were they at a department store? Do they mean the grocery store where they were getting snacks? Because, boys, they love their snacks. Okay. They played video games at a bowling alley and had dinner at a local restaurant before heading home for the evening. Oh, and that person, or that time when they are leaving the Texas Roadhouse, was caught on footage, along with many things going on in the Texas Roadhouse, in my opinion. After returning to their home in Hendersonville, Tennessee, Katie and Sebastian prepared for bed, saying goodnight somewhere between 9 and 10. The timeline is now changed. KP has always said he went to bed at 9, and she had let him stay up a little bit later, going to bed at 9. Remember? So now we have the good night between 9 and 10. Katie told us, and this is a quote from lead detective Brandon Carter. You probably wouldn't recognize him because he hasn't been doing interviews, but I do want to let you know he is the lead detective. Katie told us a little bit before 10 p.m. she heard a loud bang coming from Sebastian's room, so she yelled out to ask him if he was okay, to which he responded that he was, said Detective Brandon Carter from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. She told him to go to bed because they had to get up early for school the next morning. Okie dokie. I do have a little bit of issue with that statement. Yes, Anne, I'm so sorry. My email is crimetimebuzz@gmail.com. Okay. It has come to pass. Can you send me a screenshot of that, please? It has come to pass, just put in the comments, with it being saying Sebastian being deceased on Chris Proudfoot's ancestry family tree makes me seriously believe he's gone, because who would think to look at that? That's one place for them to falsify D. Yes, it has come to pass. Can you send me a screenshot of that? I would love to see that. I'm writing it down as well. Thank you. Yes, you're right, Minnie. They use the word surprise, not sorrow. Very good. Patty Leah says, I don't know who wrote this, but it sounds juvenile. Shame on them for releasing this after all this time. We, the people, are not stupid. Okay, I agree. Here is the problem I have with them using the word bang. Okay, is thank you. Thank you so much. It has come to pass. I'd love to receive that. And Gypsy wants to know who's the owner of that family tree. So I have a problem with the bang, and many of you do too. I've received your emails, and that's why I'm addressing it. Many of you feel like the fact that it went from noise to thud, and now we're hearing bang. Many of you are concerned that bang represents a nug shot. Okay, I agree. The wording couldn't be worse, but remember, they're quoting Carter, and Carter's quoting the mother. So apparently, KP told local law enforcement, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, that she heard a bang. And that is resonating through many of you, and it does me too. It screams nug shot, right? Very poor choice of words. And we never heard she said you have to get up early for school the next morning. She said, I don't care what you're doing in there, but you better go to bed. Okay, that was what she's been telling the media. And of course, that changes. Sebastian's last words change. Sebastian said, love you, mommy, love you, pups, and went to bed. She referred to him as Bubba many times in her narrative. The last narrative she heard, she added a sentence where she walked in the bedroom and said, time to get up, dude. Just things changing all the time. So they have inserted that Sebastian's a 14-year-old when he's a 15-year-old. They have said now that they said bed good night between 9 and 10 p.m., not at 9 like Katie said. And they have added that she said you have to get up early the next morning. Okay. Katie then called her husband. For those of you new to the case, her husband is Chris Proudfoot, CP, we will call him. And he is a little guy, stepfather. They got married in 2021 on Valentine's Day is what the records, I believe, show. Anytime he had been asked since Sebastian went missing how long they'd been married, he says, what does that matter? I've been in his life half his life. And again, when you deflect, when you mislead, and when you lie, we look. So February being of 2021, and they were living in Gallatin at the time, and then moved to Hendersonville on Stafford Court in 2022, not long after that marriage. Also, just to give you a little context, after Sebastian went missing, the father was informed, not during, or he would have gotten him the heck out of that house, that there had been numerous reports to CPS regarding abuse to Sebastian. And of course, you know, if you listened to the podcast the other day, Seth said he doesn't fear a lot of things. He doesn't fear things except maybe his stepfather. Well, now you understand why he would fear his stepfather. Okay, allegedly. The next morning was the beginning. So now Katie called her husband, who was allegedly in Memphis, who was out of town in Southwest Tennessee for work. This is the FBI writing this. So I hope they verified that. We know he claimed to be there at 5:30 in the morning, but was he there the night before? Was he there the night before that? Did he have a 4-day weekend? Was he parked at his mama's driveway in Gallatin? I don't know. And the two of them spoke for nearly 2 hours before she went to sleep around midnight. Now, here's the problem. KP originally said she went to bed about midnight. See, they said they spoke for 3 hours. CP even got so brazen that he said every law enforcement agency involved has looked at that call, logged that 3-hour call. Well, boom, here we have the FBI saying it was 2 hours. And then we have the mother now coming out in a Dateline article that she didn't go to bed at midnight. Like CP said, she was falling asleep and around midnight he woke her up. No, she said 11 p.m. So it goes from a 3-hour call from 9 to midnight to a 2-hour call from 9 to 11, even though CP said the 3-hour call had been logged and seen by everyone. And now we're finding out 2 hours, but she went to bed at midnight. So if she went to bed at midnight, the call started around 10, right around the bang time, right? Or if we have to keep, going over the inconsistencies she's provided. So you have some choices. Was it a 3-hour call that started at 9 and she went to bed at midnight? Or was it a 2-hour call that started at 10 and she went to bed at midnight? Or was it a 2-hour call that started at 9, like they originally said, and she went to bed at 11 p.m., like she said a year later? I'm sorry, but those are your options. And in a missing child case, I know you should never have options because that's deceit. And I know we've seen so many people arrested by law enforcement for lying. Let's talk Casey Anthony. Let's talk Megan Boswell, among many. Their law enforcement put them behind bars for those lies. The next morning was the beginning of what would become a massive search effort for Sebastian. Quote from Brandon Carter again. Katie called her husband and told him she couldn't find Sebastian, that he wasn't in his room or anywhere in the house. Katie got in her car and told him that she couldn't find Sebastian. Katie got in her car and drove around the neighborhood. Don't forget, her windows were up. And so after she was caught and it was shown on YouTube that her windows were up, she added to her Dateline interview a year later saying she stopped and spoke to a neighbor who was walking a dog and that neighbor hadn't seen Sebastian. If you are that neighbor, could you reach out to us, please? Thank you. We'd love to talk to you because she added you to the story a year later. So she got into her car, drove around the neighborhood and to Sebastian's school, which was less than a mile away from their house, searching for Sebastian before returning home. During this time, her husband called the local emergency communication center to report Sebastian as missing. And by the way, there was a 30-minute gap that they waited to call because the stepfather said she called me around 6 and within 3 minutes I was on the phone with law enforcement. Well, sadly, dispatch didn't record that time. It said 6:33. I believe the 30 minutes was to give time to the trash truck to get out of the area. In the early days of the search, it seems Sebastian vanished without a trace. Now there is a quote from a special agent from FBI Nashville. His name is Robert Barrett, and he says, this case was kind of a question mark. Mom wakes up and he's just gone. There's a question mark, and we've got to figure out what happened. Indeed, you do. That question mark only grew bigger as the search went on. This one blows my mind too. Sebastian did not take any clothes, shoes, money, food, or his cell phone, said Brandon Carter. His cell phone and cash were both lying on the dining room table where they had been the day before when he went to bed. Okay. Let's talk about that for a second. We were told his phone was on the island. We were told his cash was in his room. I am not sure why now it is being said they were both on the dining room table. And to some, it might sound like, hi, Raymond. To some, it might sound like a little nitpicky detail, but every detail should be nitpicked. Every detail should be perfect when you are relaying information. It's disgusting, in my opinion. According to Katie, there was a small yellow flashlight that she thinks was missing, but that was the only thing that appeared to be gone from the house. Okay. In my opinion, the small yellow flashlight was inserted into the narrative because flashlights were captured in the backyard. How in the world would you identify a pinky-sized flashlight missing from your home when you couldn't even determine what the heck he was wearing for sure? And when asked what he might be wearing, what did CP say in one panel? Well, you're asking us to assume, and we're not going to assume anything. Well, you assumed a flashlight was missing, and that was okay to share with the world. Allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, the phone was supposed to be on the charger, but the money was in the bedroom, is what we were told. So according to Katie, there was a small yellow flashlight that she thinks was missing, but was the only thing that appeared to be gone from the house. So she didn't notice a paper clip might have been missing. Because if we're going to talk pinky-sized things, did you check for a paper clip? Could there have been a Lego missing too, KP? The first week in the search for Sebastian was a massive community and interagency effort between the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, TBI, Emergency Management Agency, Hendersonville Police, Gallatin Police, Tennessee Highway Patrol, the FBI, Metro Police, Wilson County Sheriff's Office, Sumner County EMS, Sumner County Emergency Response Team, and several agencies throughout Tennessee. And that should be a big red flag that no one spotted anything. And that not one of those agencies, my friend, could find evidence he left the house because the father was told there is no evidence he left the house. So let's talk about that. They're telling us how many agencies were there, and we thank them all for being there. But there's no evidence, there's no scent, there's no footprint, and all those agencies were out looking. So when the father's told, Seth Rogers, the only parent looking, in my opinion, and yours, I'm sure, when the father's told there is no evidence Sebastian left the home, then we can pretty well concur that all these agencies validate that statement. Okay? None of them could find evidence that Sebastian had ever left the home. Thank you, Raymond. I will say my thank yous as soon as I'm done with this FBI post. Thank you so much. And if you receive gifted memberships, please thank the individuals gifting them and join us later today. So that concerns me. We had all those agencies. They didn't find anything in the search, their 24,000 alleged acre search. They didn't find any scent that led to anywhere of Sebastian's. They didn't find a footprint leading anywhere of Sebastian's. And Seth was told there's no evidence he ever left the home. Yeah, like a ninja. Exactly, Janet. So if he didn't leave the home and the doors were locked when he went to sleep and the doors were locked in the morning and he was home alone with his mother, then where would we all naturally be looking to get answers from? The mother. Okay, we would all be naturally looking to get answers from the mother as to why were your doors locked, but he left. There was no sign of breaking and entering. There are just a few individuals with access to the home. That is the stepfather, the mother. Sebastian has access through the two doors with codes on it, which is the garage man door and the front door. The house cleaner has access, along with Melissa's, Chris Proudfoot's sister, and Kathy, his mother. So if we're investigating, that's where we should begin, in my opinion, or they should have begun. Nothing should be beginning right now, but if we have to begin, we will. It should have, we're 18 months down the road, right? The search consisted Hi, NeuroV. Yes. NeuroV just said, no evidence, in my opinion, is a sign of a cover up. The lack of evidence is evidence. And I've said for many, 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 many months that something happened to Sebastian and then people created the vanishing. Something happened to Sebastian. Something was done to Sebastian, in my opinion. And the vanishing is the cover up. The sweeping under the rug, the pretending, the changing the stories, the changing the times, the no evidence. Let's go trash truck with this one. Let's say the green hoodie's cleared. All of that. Oh, and I've got a great document for you regarding correspondence regarding the green hoodie. The search consisted of about a 4.5-mile radius around Sebastian's home, said Carter. There were roughly 2,000 searchers equipped with an app tracking their movements. And in the podcast we listened to with Seth Rogers the other day, and it was called 50 Words for Murder from April 4th, 2024, Seth indicated that they were told that if anyone goes back into that search area that was already searched, they would be arrested. There were roughly 2,000 searchers equipped with an app tracking their movements. The searchers could also use the app to plot things on a map that they observed while they were out searching. The total area that they covered within that 4.5-mile radius was equivalent to a combined 44,000 acres. But don't go in there searching or you will be arrested. In addition to ground searchers, law enforcement employed every available resource at their disposal to locate Sebastian. I choose to disagree with that. They refuse to call in the U.S. Marshals, and the father has been begging them. They refuse to call in the U.S. Marshals, and the father has been begging them. All along, I thought it was because they didn't want to show them their files. I've recently learned the Marshals don't come in looking at their files. They come in, and they don't mess around. Whatever gets in their way is removed out of their way. They locate the child and they leave. That's why they don't testify and things like that. Their job is to come in and get the kid. And if someone's in the way of getting that kid, they will remove that person from being in the way and grab the kid. Okay? So they employed every available resource except the U.S. Marshals, among a few, at their disposal to locate Sebastian. Fire departments, mounted patrols, ATVs, search and rescue canines, drones, helicopters, and even an airplane. During day 2 of the search, the Sumner County Sheriff's Department reached out to the FBI for assistance and specific resources that could potentially help find Sebastian, who has high-functioning autism. And we have learned that the mother herself admitted to misrepresenting Sebastian at the very start, her very first ever interview, which was aired March 3rd, 2024 on a YouTube channel called Duchess. She claimed, and the stepfather, that although Sebastian is 15, he is much younger than his years. He doesn't know how to do this. He doesn't have a sense of money. So they really played it to where, in my opinion, we were looking for different behaviors in a child. Okay. A year later, now imagine she waited a year to correct her very, very crucial representation of her missing child and told us, in the effort to get information out quickly, it was misrepresented. Sebastian is very smart. If you see him, you will never guess that he has special needs. And he is very capable. So a 360 swing, but she waited a year to do that. She didn't go to the public and say that my child's being misrepresented. I did this by accident. She didn't share ever out loud that he had moles on his neck. She waited a year. Those are still not listed in NamUs. Okay. I contacted our FBI Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team for initial consults, and they brought in the FBI Behavioral Analyst Unit to assist, said Barrett. The BAU, Behavioral Analysis Unit, shared a statistic that about 50% of autistic children are prone to wander. Now, Sebastian has not been a wanderer, according to his stepmom, his father, and his mother. So we can take him out of that statistic. We can't take him out of the statistic of perhaps running for his life, in my opinion, but he's not a wanderer without a reason. They are also naturally drawn to bodies of water, and 71% of fatal outcomes involved missing autistic children were a result of drowning. But let me keep reading. That information helped us focus search efforts in and around bodies of water. The search team drained ponds, searched waterways and lakes for Sebastian. So if they feel they have comprehensively checked off the waterways, ponds, and lakes around Sebastian, we can feel confident he is not one of the 71% who drown, because they are telling us here, all those agencies and all of that information, they focused, because of those statistics, they really focused on waterways, draining ponds, and lakes. And therefore, I get from that Sebastian was not one of the 71% with a fatal drowning. In addition, law enforcement searched almost every home in the neighborhood. Almost every home. I will pause there. What about the homes that weren't searched? What if Sebastian was there? Video recordings from nearby homes and a dashboard camera in Katie's car showed that Katie and Sebastian didn't leave the house after their return home from dinner, and that no other cars were seen coming or going from Katie's home during the evening and early morning hours of the night or day Sebastian disappeared. Now, I think those words are trying to say something in a way. Oh, thank you. It has come to pass. That's right. Why not every home? But let's also talk about this. They're saying video recordings from the nearby homes and Katie's dash cam prove Sebastian and KP didn't leave the house after they returned home from dinner. No other cars were seen coming or going from Katie's home during the evening and early morning hours of the night or day Sebastian disappeared. What were the images running through the backyard? What were the images? We heard an audio of someone saying some things that do not match this. I'm not going to go into it right now. But what I want to say about this is the video recordings from nearby homes in the dash cam in Katie's car showed they never left. Well, here's what I'm going to say. Doesn't mean someone didn't leave out the back door. And what it does tell us is they have no proof Sebastian ever left. Okay? That's what that says. They have zero proof Sebastian ever left that home. So again, if they have zero proof Sebastian left the home, where's the crime scene? In the home. Because he's gone. Who was with him in that crime scene? His mother. So who should be giving a straight answer or forced to give a straight answer? The mother. Okay. So they have virtually told me that's how I look at that. Okay. I look at it as a crime scene. You can't leave the house if the kid didn't leave the house, right? You can't leave the house if the kiddo didn't leave the house. So law enforcement, their investigation should be on KP, the locked doors, and what went on in the home. Now, some of those coded doors, you can get timestamps when they were open, when they were locked, when they were unlocked. I wonder if they pulled that information. They can also go back and do some forensic testing that they skipped, such as luminol and other things. It's just a very disappointing post. And some of the quotes from the lead detective are very disappointing. And let's just remember, if you lie, kids die. So Sebastian didn't leave the house after their return home from dinner, and no other cars were seen coming and going. We have followed through on every tip that has come in, said Josh Savley, special agent in charge for the Criminal Investigation Division at the TBI. Some of those tips we continue to examine at a deeper level, but the vast majority we have cleared as either being irrelevant or ended with no results. I'm going to challenge the every tip. I know many of you have been trying to get tips through. The lady from believes she saw Sebastian in Spokane, Washington at the Spokane, Washington International Airport, October 12th. Couldn't get a hold of him. It's easy to follow the few tips you answer the phone for, in my alleged opinion. The lack of answers in the search for Sebastian has pushed the community to widely share the story on online platforms, but law enforcement reminds the public to be wary of misinformation from unverified sources. I am so tired of agencies trying to blame social media for their inadequacies. Okay? Just so tired of it. But one thing I think Sumner County has learned is we don't go away. Raymond Cash Patel has his eyes on the case now. They got his attention. Dog thanked him the other day. They reached out to the United States, who responded within 30 minutes. And they also thanked Cash Patel. And I'll share some of that with you. We'll get to updates. And it's good to see you, Raymond. I hope you have the whole day off today. So, Sebastian's disappearance, this is Carter again. Sebastian's disappearance has deeply affected our community. We understand the desire for the community to want answers and for us to explain every step of this investigation, but we can't release all the details without risking the integrity of the investigation. I want to stop there. First of all, the community wants answers because they have never been told by their law enforcement if there is a abductor in the area snatching kids out of bed or if it's something else. They've never been addressed about public safety at all. Now he says, we can't release all the details without risking the integrity of the investigation. And I find that a really interesting quote from Brandon Carter, because Sheriff Craddock says there is no evidence, that they just don't have anything. No evidence. They haven't found anything. No evidence to foul play. The parent, there's nothing pointing to any of the family members. I mean, and he's saying, this person's saying, we can't release stuff or we will risk the integrity of the investigation. Let's talk about integrity of the investigation, because we are going to end with the Department of Justice and misconduct for law enforcement. I will come back to chat after this. So that's really that. It's kind of, well, it's deeply affected the community, of course, because you've never told them if they're safe, if the monsters are living amongst them, or if it's a stranger who came in. Never been told. How would you sleep at night if you lived in that neighborhood and a child went missing and law enforcement never said to you, to the public? They've whispered to their certain people, don't worry, it wasn't random, it was targeted. Okay? But yet not to tell the whole public that? Why not? Who are we protecting there? Because if they tell the public it's not random, like they told a few certain choice people, then the public knows there's a monster living amongst them, most likely. or an acquaintance. Let's staying united in we ask that the community refocus on what matters most, and that's finding Sebastian. Well, we ask you that you refocus most on finding Sebastian, answering the Father when he's standing on a corner with a microphone, opening your emails, responding to your emails, and giving people directions as to where to leave a tip on your tip line instead of pushing random buttons to see if they can reach someone. Staying united and supportive will bring us closer to the answers that we're looking for. Promptly sharing tips and information with Sumner County Sheriff's Office. And if you do try to give a tip to Sumner County, and I have this in my descriptions on my videos and my lives, please document time and date if you cannot get a hold of anyone or you do not get a response. Thank you. That would be really important for later on down the road, in my opinion. Staying united and supportive will bring us closer to the answers that we're looking for. Indeed. And that should have been going on for 18 months. Promptly share tips with Sumner County, TBI, or FBI is the best way to help find Sebastian. And I shared with you the other day in a live, another thing that was suggested to me is if you think you see Sebastian or you have a crucial piece of information, you can call the Nashville FBI field office. They have an agent there 24/7. If they don't answer, hang up, call back, hang up, call back, hang up, call back, and they will answer. Or you can also call 911, obviously, and you can also call your local FBI field office. Okay. And that is there. Continue to share Sebastian. Oh, this is from the sheriff. Continue to share Sebastian's information missing persons flyer. Continue to share Sebastian's official missing persons flyer and don't wait, said Sheriff Eric Craddock. If you see something, say something immediately. If you call right then, we can get someone on the hot trail. Here's what I'm going to tell you about that. And many of you already know this because you have tried to call to get them on a hot trail. We've tried to get a hold of them during a hot ransom trail. No answer, no response. Sebastian was 5'5" and around 110 to 115 pounds when he was last seen. He has brown hair and eyes that look hazel or brown. Seth confirmed that they change with his moods. He would now be 16 years old. I don't like the way they said that. He would now be 16 years old. I don't like that sentence. That sentence sends chills up my spine. It should say he is now 16 years old. That's a past tense. He would now be 16 years old. What do you know that you're talking in past tense? Sebastian has medical conditions, including autism, that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to Sebastian's whereabouts. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office, TBI, and FBI are still working collaboratively, sharing tips and info and urging the public to work with law enforcement in hopes of bringing Sebastian home. Here's the problem I have with that. That is inaccurate. Here's why I tell you that. People who go into that office are shamed. They're screened. They're asked who they're with before they can even get to Craddock. They are asked, what do you want? Who you with? Are you a YouTuber? Are you with a group? Okay. And then Craddock comes out. So there isn't a lot of collaborative going on. I mean, when your citizens are questioned like that, when they want to help on a missing child case and they're treated like that when they, try and help, that's not cool. If they want to talk to them, then they should just Craddock, get on the phone. You're the sheriff. You're the one your people are looking up to. I'm coming to y'all. How are we supposed to work with law enforcement when they won't respond? Exactly, Doodle Mom. Exactly. And they know that. And you all probably have emails that they haven't responded to. Keep them. Don't delete them. They will be important one day. Now we have what's really mind-blowing, my friends. Let me see if there's anything else you want me. I'm going right here. Minnie, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Please thank Minnie for her generosity if you receive one, and join us later today for our members only. And please thank Raymond for gifting a membership also if you receive it, and join us later for our family reunion. And both of you, welcome to the family. And thank you, Minnie and Raymond. Case rumors versus reality. Now, this is for those of you who get upset, this is going to upset you. For those of you new to the case, flashlights were leaked by a Nashville reporter named Nick Barris. They were given to him by a neighbor. He shared them, and then the sheriff was upset about that, is from what I was told by my sources. My source was told by Nick, and they weren't sure if he said Craddock said they hadn't seen it yet or didn't have it yet. That's inaccurate. They were looking at it, according to my sources, at the command post day one. Okay. And once it was released, the sheriff said they were trash trucks four-wheeling behind the backyard. Now, here is the FBI contradicting the sheriff, giving a new theory. A house down the flashlight theory. 2 rumors in the search for Sebastian have been disproven. And I want to draw to your attention, they're disproving 2 things that were caught on footage. The only time Sumner County has really spoken is when things that were caught on footage were starting to be released, and then they crawled out and spoke. The flashlight theory. A house down the street from Sebastian's had security video footage from the night of his disappearance. The camera, angled in a direction that happened to be facing Sebastian's backyard, captured 2 small moving lights. Indeed, it did. And I will tell you what one of my sources was told by one of the people at the command post after I read this. At first glance, the lights appeared to be right in Sebastian's yard, suggesting someone was lurking with 2 flashlights in hand, a potential suspect given Sebastian's disappearance that same night. They're trying to indicate one person holding 2 flashlights because they said a potential suspect. No one has that far reach to reach from Kellen Road to Stafford with their arms. However, when law enforcement further investigated the video, they disproved this theory. And I'd love to hear Mr. Craddock explain why he said trash truck when the FBI is contradicting him right now. The dark sky and camera angle combined had distorted the security footage. When they examined the video in relation to the topography of the area, they found that the lights were actually coming from a pair of truck headlights flickering through the trees from a street atop a hill about 300 yards. Law enforcement further investigated to confirm that the flashlights were actually headlights. Okay, now either they're trying to get mud off the face of the individual that said it was trash truck headlights, or they're contradicting him, but now they're saying it's the vehicles from a neighbor. They also created an overlay of the security footage in daylight with a topographic map in the daylight. It would have been clear that the lights were coming from the hill. So they've contradicted the nonsense, maybe trying to get mud off the face of the person who called it a trash truck. Now they're saying it's flat. They were headlights, but they were headlights, not flashlights, and headlights from a neighbor's vehicles in their driveway, by the way, and I'll show you the picture. They also created that overlay, and it's clear the lights were coming from the hill. Here is the overlay. There's the neighbor's trash cans on February 23rd. Remember someone came in ahead of time allegedly and jammed people's security cameras. Yeah, that's not premeditated, is it? Allegedly, in my opinion. They're claiming these people's headlights were caught on camera and just looked like they were in the green belt backyard area. I just want you to let that sink in. Okay. How do you feel about that one? How do you feel about that one, my friend? Okay, I'm coming. I'm if you are in the bushes, I'm going to go to the chat for a second because they're wanting to share some information. So I will read it out loud to you if I can. Let me get it. One moment. Oh, I don't see the original. Okay. I was looking for Sue's original message that you all are commenting on. Oh, it's Mark. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. I'm looking for a specific comment here. I know someone that paid professionals money to see what KP. I have looked at that, Margaret. Okay. Margaret said, I know someone that paid professionals money to see what Sebastian and KP were discussing at Texas Roadhouse. I sent it to Jay's email, but she has not looked yet. Yes, I did respond to you, Margaret. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it out loud, and I'm sorry. I did try to listen to that 5 months ago when it was put out, and it was invaluable and a disgrace the way it was presented, in my opinion. So it just didn't lend any value. Okay. And I'm sorry to say that. We tried to watch it. We tried to listen to it. It was a mess the way it was presented. And the information, in my opinion, was not valuable. But Margaret, I sure appreciate you sharing that with me. I truly do. But I put that away. If you do know anyone who could actually, if you're paying professionals to do something like that, you want to present it in a way that the information that you provide people can grasp and hear. And it was such a hot mess. Honestly, Margaret, I'm sorry, but I knew exactly what you mean. And it's the greatest idea. No, not the audio from Texas Roadhouse. Someone tried to pay a lip reader, but the way they presented the information, it didn't make sense. It wasn't relevant, in my opinion. And it kept going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It was just not a valuable presentation, and the information regarding the lip reading either. But I can tell you this. If we could get a lip reader to do that and present it in a way and information, it was something like about the bread bowl and things like that. It would be valuable if we could get information pulled from the conversation. Absolutely. Yes, Gina H., that person. Okay. You all know who I'm talking about. Okie dokes. Where's the green hoodie theory? Did they bring up the green hoodie here? I thought the green hoodie was in this too. Oh, yes. Here we go. The person in the green hoodie. This is the second theory that they're saying. They're calling them rumors. Okay. So apparently green hoodie theory is a rumor. A video surfaced of Sebastian and Katie in the parking lot of a local restaurant they visited the night Sebastian disappeared. In the video, a person in a green hoodie briefly interacts with Katie. Suspicions arose that in this short interaction, the person in the green hoodie was planning something with Katie related to Sebastian's disappearance. Law enforcement spoke with the employees at the restaurant. This is going to blow your mind. Who confirmed this person in the green hoodie was a frequent customer and helped identify them. Law enforcement went to meet this person who happened to be wearing this same green hoodie in the video and confirmed they were not a suspect. There is something wrong with all of that, in my opinion. And I'm going to jump our presentation to what I want you to see. I hope it's this one. Hold on. I need to get it for you because it's a very good piece of information. Hold on. I want to make sure I have it up here because I did have it pulled up. I might have closed that one out. Just making sure. Hold on. Oh, here it is. So we're allowed to release this with redactions, and it's based on that comment about green hoodie. Okay. I don't believe that statement either, Janet. I see many of you don't. I see all the BS going through my chat. I agree. So let's go ahead. This has been addressed, and here it is. It is redacted, but we have it, and we're going to look at it. Okay. Hold on one second. Hold on. You all, I'm going to mute for 1 second to respond to a message. I will be right back. Okie dokes. So we're going to go ahead and go over this. This will be a little bit of a longer live again. We just have so much information, okay? Yes, I know you're saying thud, and that whole bang thing upset many of you because you've now worried what might have happened as far as a nug shot. One second. Okay, y'all. Thank you very much. Regarding what Sumner County FBI now say in public versus what the Texas Roadhouse reported. Now you all get to see firsthand what they reported, okay? And I want you to see this because it's really important. Side-by-side findings. Let's make this a little larger. And I want to say to all of you, I know I'm going strong on this morning, and I know I'm not messing around with trying to be polite. Like I normally try to be real polite, but I've headed up to here. Okay. I've just headed up to here. So as many of you have. So if you find me being real no nonsense with their BS, I am. I'm done with their BS. Okay. So forgive me, if I'm coming across a little, I've had it like you have. And don't think I didn't see all of your emails. You're upset. You're disgusted. And one thing I want to say before I show you all the findings from Texas Roadhouse and all that is that I'm really sad. Several of you have messaged me wanting to come to the Pig Fest, but afraid to bring your children to Hendersonville, Tennessee. And that makes me really sad. Okay. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you all. You're amazing. I love the support you provide. Thank you. But I did want to say, I'm really sorry you don't feel you can go to Hendersonville, Tennessee with your children, and therefore you're missing the event. I know many of you have messaged me, and many of you have messaged me, and I just felt really badly that you couldn't feel safe taking a child to a town that's supposed to serve and protect like all towns. Okay, so here's your side-by-side findings. This is Green Hoodie and the Texas Roadhouse versus FBI in Sumner County. Public claim by FBI in Sumner County. Let me make sure I'm showing it to you. Okay, perfect. Employees identified this is from the FBI in Sumner County. Employees identified the person in the green hoodie as a frequent customer. Mind-blowing. Law enforcement met them wearing the same green hoodie and ruled them not a suspect. Texas Roadhouse observed reported December 8th, 2024 in a phone call. Blank says he asked blank to route all LE contact through blank. He called Detective Brandon Carter. Now, those are names that aren't being released. So no name says he asked so-and-so to route all LE contact through him, called Detective Brandon Carter, left voicemails with no response, and does not state that the staff recognized the person. They came to blank blank. I called, left a voicemail, no response. Called again this morning, nothing. What you have here is delta implication. Timeline gap, process question. Okay, this is what the implication. What's this going on? If employees identified the person that appears to have occurred outside the blank channel described on 12/8 or after that call. Okay, so what they're looking for is clarification if employees did indeed identify that person that appears to have occurred outside the blank channel described on 12/8 or after the call, that call. So right there, they're saying, hey, guess what? We've got employees that ruled them out. He or she is a frequent customer. That's what they are reporting, but different from, it was not mentioned that the staff recognized the person. Okay, the person who made contact did not state that the staff recognized the person. So now for clarification, they want to know if employees, in quotes, identified the person. Second, public claim by FBI in Sumner County is there was a brief interaction in the lot, and the person was later cleared. Okay, then we have the next column is, I'm just trying to remind you. So you know it's FBI Sumner County public claim, then Texas Roadhouse on an observed reported December 8th call, and then we need what this implication means, okay? So FBI Sumner County in public said it was a brief interaction in the lot. Person later cleared. Texas Roadhouse reported details. The person, one, was earlier near the vehicle, meaning the person was there earlier, entered immediately after so-and-so passed. Number 3, walked around the bar to the ladies' restroom. Ding, 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 you just got the gender. 4, purchased nothing. And 5, exited within minutes the same way. Blank calls this unusual for a busy Sunday. Okay. Now you all know that Green did go to the ladies' restroom. So for clarification, they want to know unaddressed material facts. The public summary omits the interior path, restroom use, no purchase, and earlier presence sequence while still concluding no suspect, saying that FBI and Sumner County are failing to mention the person was at the vehicle earlier, the person entered immediately after so-and-so, someone passed, walked around the bar to the ladies' restroom, purchased nothing, and exited within minutes the same way. And then the person on the call from Texas Roadhouse said this is unusual for a busy Sunday. None of that was mentioned, and they would like some clarification as to why it was omitted that there was an interior path, restroom use, no purchase, and earlier presence sequence, still concluding no suspect. 1 second. I'm just going to mute for 1 second. Okay, let's go ahead and keep going. Very sketch that, they didn't even state a gender. So FBI, oh, by the way, what I want to tell you is this is an email. What you're viewing right now are internal emails from at night, and they're trying to figure out where the authorities came up with these bizarro conclusions, in my opinion. But you're seeing internal emails from at night. There's a press list, and anyone who's a reputable creator or journalist can join it by emailing press@atnight.agency. Okay, so I'll say that again. I just want to say that again because I know I do have some creators in the house. These are internal emails from at night, and they're trying to figure out where authorities came up with their conclusions. Okay. I'm on their press list, and anyone who's a reputable creator or journalist, you can join it by emailing press@atnight.agency. Okay. Just wanted to let you all know that because I know I have some of you in the house right now. So the FBI in Sumner County never stated a gender in their public write-up. The Texas Roadhouse reports from December 8th Texas Roadhouse infers the female based on mannerisms and the fact that the person entered the ladies' restroom, and they concur it's a female. Okay. It's hard with the redaction, but we can't throw out names, right? So then again, here's what they want clarification on. Omission. So-and-so verified the restroom entry. So we now know GH, green hoodie, is a female, and considered gender inference during their initial internal review. Why did Sumner County and FBI choose not to release that green hoodie was a female? Why didn't they release green hoodie arrived early and waited? Why didn't they release? Entered the building, walked around the bar, went to the woman's bathroom, and left without buying anything, which is highly unusual on a Sunday night. Meep says, I thought she walked like an old person. Yes, several of you do. Yes. Also bears a resemblance, in my opinion, to someone. Okay. Sumner County and TBI, I'm right here, publicly released employees helped identify the person as a frequent customer. Texas Roadhouse, from their reports and call on December 8th, a separate call segment, Vehicles Crossing, records a Texas Roadhouse representative. I do not know who that is. We have no video of where he comes in. They do not know who that is. That's an employee. Okay, our Texas Roadhouse representative. I do not know who that is. We have no video of where he comes in. Clarification. This is what we're looking for. Direct tension. Frequent customer characterization conflicts with contemporaneous non-recognition by Texas Roadhouse on December 8th. So they're from different staff. So there's two stories going on here. There's Texas Roadhouse on December 8th. And then there is frequent them claiming an identification by employees. That's two different things. You've got FBI in Sumner County saying employees identified the person. And then you have a Texas Roadhouse person who didn't recognize the person as a frequent customer from different staff. Why the contradictions, right? Okay, let me move this over. Verbatim excerpts targeted. Interior path restroom, no purchase. Texas Roadhouse. Comes in, walks around the bar, and heads to the ladies' restroom. They bought nothing, exits the same way, unusual for a busy Sunday night. 2, earlier presence by the vehicle. And that's where Green Hoodie's waiting. The person who passes by blank in front of blank vehicle had already appeared in the frame about a minute and a half earlier. Waits by that car about a minute and a half before they come out. Walked up and stood at that car. Law enforcement, contact chronology. I called, and this is someone from the this is someone claiming that they called, that reported they called, left a voicemail. There was no response. They called again this morning, nothing regarding Detective Carter. They could not get a hold of him. They were trying to report information from the Texas Roadhouse, could not get a hold of him. Non-recognition, vehicles exchange segment. I do not know who that is. We have no video of inside where he comes in. There is nothing there saying recognizing, right? Nothing there stating employees recognize that person as a regular customer. There is nothing stating that at all. Targeted requests to Sumner County FBI to reconcile the record. So At Night's asking for this. Number 1, we want the basis for frequent customer claim. Blank of employees who recognize the person. They want the names of employees who recognize the person, the date and time of the recognition, the method used to identify the person. Was it a photo array? Was it in person? Any corroboration, POS history, host notes. So they're asking for corroboration, facts, documentation as to how the employees identified Green Hoodie as a frequent customer. At Night is not. They are asking for information. They don't want to just hear when it's contradicting. You've got Texas Roadhouse not saying it was a frequent customer. You have Sumner County and FBI reporting employees said it was a frequent customer. So now you have At Night saying we need documentation to this. Of employees who recognize the person, the date and time of the recognition, what was used to recognize. Were they standing? Is it when Green Hoodie was there? Were they shown photos? And they want any corroboration, history, notes, etc. Number 2, they are asking for reconciliation for the record about the interior path verification. Whether LE reviewed and logged the bar, ladies' room exit sequence, and the no purchase fact pattern. If so, provide the chain of custody entry for those clips. They're not messing around now. This is a child's life. Number 3, LE contact log at Texas Roadhouse. Produce your call logs and your visit logs aligning with blank December 8th report of unreturned calls to Detective Carter. Identify any parallel outreach to other Texas Roadhouse staff that could explain the employee identification referenced publicly. This is really important, y'all, because if they're saying things and we've got conflicting information. We have a restaurant that's saying something. Hold on one second. We have a restaurant that's saying something, and then we have law enforcement repeating things the restaurant is saying that is different. So At Night's coming in and saying, we need clarification because they're investigating. They're searching for Sebastian. They need answers. They need one answer. We don't need the dirty foot way, in my opinion, where you get 12 answers and no one, and it doesn't perk up ears in town. Raymond, thank you for gifting another one. And Gypsy, thank you for gifting. I will head over there. after this little document. Thank you so much, my friends. The public narrative, employees knew the person and LE cleared them, omits multiple material facts from the Texas Roadhouse report. Restroom use, don't forget the women's restroom, no purchase, interior path, earlier presence at the vehicle, and conflicts with contemporaneous non-recognition by Texas Roadhouse. These are reconcilable discrepancies, but warrant formal clarification and a document trail to protect evidentiary integrity. Amen. So the sources that were used in order to create that document, that chart of what they needed clarification on, was the FBI's post that we just went over, searching for Sebastian Rogers from September 4th, 2025, the section Case Rumors versus Reality, person in the green hoodie. Employees identified frequent customer, person interviewed, not a suspect. Texas Roadhouse phone interview, December 8th, 2024. That's another source that was used to create this chart. Account of the interior path, restroom, no purchase, and LE contact attempts. So how can you say employees identified an individual when they couldn't make contact with the lead detective? That's confusing to me. So if they're trying to reach the lead detective and they can't get an answer back, or he doesn't come back, or whatever the case be, doesn't answer his phone, emails, whatever, how are they saying, how is Sumner County and the FBI saying employees identified him as a frequent customer? When were they there? When did they talk to those employees? Because Texas Roadhouse people couldn't get back to him, couldn't get a hold of him. Another source used is Texas Roadhouse vehicles crossing segment. Contemporaneous blank statement. I do not know who that is. That really contradicts with, let me just see if we're done there. Okay. That really contradicts, doesn't it? And it doesn't make sense. Thank you so much, Panda, by the way, for your sweet donation. Again, your super sticker on your very own birthday. Happy birthday. We were going to continue, but if you're in the bushes, I have some thank yous to say. Thank you so much, Panda, and happy birthday. Raymond, thank you for gifting 2 Crime Time Buzz memberships. And that is so generous. You always grow our family, and I appreciate it. Please join us later today, later in the evening, for our family reunion. I'm going to show you some pictures of my new area, and we'll talk about some of this stuff too. But please also thank Raymond for his generosity, and welcome to our family reunions. And please thank Gypsy for her wonderful donation. Gypsy, thank you for growing our family. Appreciate it. And we welcome all of you. And please thank Gypsy and join us this evening, as well as thanking Mini Panthers for the generous membership donation. Thank you so much, and welcome in to all of you. And Panda Bear, thank you so much for your super stickers. I greatly appreciate it, and happy birthday to you. And Teresa, thank you for 10 months of support. Thank you for all you do, Jay. You are welcome. Sebastian deserves everyone's attention, and it is an honor to cover him. I just wish we had a better start to this case, and we wouldn't be 18 months fighting for accuracy. But thank you all. Let's go ahead and read what is next. What Sumner County FBI now say in the public versus what Texas Roadhouse reported. This is the transcript. This might be a little easier to read than the chart. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, FBI, claimed publicly that Ellie spoke with the employees at the restaurant who said the green hoodie person was a frequent customer and helped identify them. Ellie then met the person and ruled them out. Texas Roadhouse transcript, the Texas Roadhouse blank describes difficulty getting a callback from Detective Carter, says blank asked blank to route all LE contact through them, and as of the call, blank had not had the substantive conversation with blank was seeking. There's no mention in the call that employees recognize the person as a frequent customer. I called, left a message, never heard back, called again this morning, nothing. Detective Carter is allegedly, this is his only case. 18 months ago, I have no idea why he couldn't be returning phone calls of a missing child case. But indeed, Texas Roadhouse could not get a hold of him. So if they couldn't get a hold of him, how in the world are they claiming? And by the way, not only getting a hold of him, the person from Texas Roadhouse said, all calls from law enforcement go through me. That person was not able to get a hold of Sumner County Detective Carter. So how in the world would Sumner County be told employees said Green Hoodie was a frequent customer? Because all law enforcement calls were going through this one individual who couldn't get a hold of Brandon Carter. So what employees were they talking to? Because employees were told to route everything to that one individual. So that'll be interesting to see what they come up with as far as what employees, right? Assessment, timeline gap, potential contradiction. If the frequent customer ID came from Texas Roadhouse employees, it either blank after this call or not via the blank channel blank control. The public statement implies employee-based blank, which is not reflected in the December 8th call record. Just saying what we just said is that, that didn't happen unless it happened after December 8th. Okay. And they say it's a time gap, a contradiction, the frequent customer ID coming from employees, but employees were told not to talk to law enforcement to direct all calls to the person who could not get a hold of Brandon Carter. So that person, the representative from Texas Roadhouse, who is the one who was going to be speaking to law enforcement, couldn't get a hold of Brandon to speak to him. So, and employees were told to allow him to do the communications. So unclear as to whom they spoke to and when. Sumner County Sheriff Office, FBI, claims publicly. Excuse me. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Sumner County Sheriff's Office. 1 second, Maya. 1 second. Sorry about that, you all. 1 second. Okay. Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the FBI claimed publicly a brief parking lot interaction. The person later interviewed and cleared. And we just watched that on the last live we did, and that was we saw the hands and everything. We saw Green Hoodie's hands and KP's. Oh, we have a new member. Welcome in, April from Illinois. Welcome to our family. A brief parking lot interaction, person later interviewed and cleared, according to Sumner County Sheriff's Office and FBI, claimed publicly. Texas Roadhouse transcript. Additional specifics. The person A was seen near blank car earlier. We watched it, waited for KP to come out. B entered immediately after blank and blank passed. After Sebastian and KP got in the vehicles, Green Hoodie entered the restaurant. We watched that the other day. C went around the bar to the ladies' room. And I have a picture we snapped from our show the other night of Green Hoodie that I'm going to share with you too. And we watched Green Hoodie going around the bar. We've watched this footage. We watched it the other night. D bought nothing. E left within minutes. Also noting the owner also notes this is unusual behavior for a busy Sunday night, right? Assessment, unaddressed material facts. So it's unusual for a busy Sunday night for someone to hang out between cars for a minute and a half, wait for someone to come out, then pass, then go in, go to the ladies' room, walk around the bar, buy nothing, and leave. That is unusual. And I'll add one to it. It's unusual for a Sunday night, busy Sunday night at Texas Roadhouse, but it's also unusual that that happened and the child's never been seen since. Okay. Very odd, correct? So I think that Sumner County and FBI are going to have to clarify this because we watched the footage too. We know that what Texas Roadhouse transcript is saying to be true. But what we're questioning is how do you clear someone? And the fact that they're wearing the same green hoodie, I could be a criminal and pass someone my shirt that I wore during a crime and say, go meet with police and wear that same shirt. That'll throw them off. They'll think it's you. I mean, anyone can do that. You need a little bit more investigative skills than that, in my opinion. Assessment, unaddressed material facts. These interior path and no purchase quick exit details are absent from Sumner County Sheriff's Office public statements. Even if the person was ultimately cleared, the specific movement sequence is material and unmentioned. Hi, Nicey. I don't know what you're asking, Nicey. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep going and I'll look at it in a second. Okay, frequent customer versus on-scene observations. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, FBI claim publicly, frequent customer identified with help from employees. Frequent customer identified with help from employees. Second, Texas Roadhouse transcript does not say staff recognized the person. Instead, blank describes not knowing who the person is, emphasizes the bathroom only visit and quick departure. So they figured the gender by her going into the woman's restroom. And quick departure and seeks Ellie follow-up. I would love to know who they cleared as green hoodie. Assessment, tension, possible contradiction, frequent customer. Branding sits awkwardly alongside the blank lack of recognition, and the bathroom only stop characterizes as atypical. Length and nature of the interaction. Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the FBI claimed publicly they briefly interacts. Texas Roadhouse transcript describes roughly a 40-second exchange with Sebastian stopping and staring as if he recognized the person. Owner notes the person appeared earlier near the vehicle. Assessment, terminology gap, minor. Brief is compatible with 40 seconds, but the recognition behavior context is more textured in the transcript than in the official summary. So what they're saying is Texas Roadhouse said Katie and Green Hoodie had a 40-second exchange. Sumner County and FBI are calling it brief. And you could say brief is compatible with 40 seconds, but the recognition behavior context is more textured in the transcript than in the official summary. They need to clarify more about the behavior of GH, walking through, going to the bathroom, walking around the bar, not buying anything, exiting, and the recognition of GH by employees as a regular customer. Because if GH is a regular customer, I'd like to know how many times since GH has been in there. How many times since has GH been into the Texas Roadhouse if it's such a regular customer, right? Bottom line, Limited to green hoodie at Texas Roadhouse. The official narrative, Sumner County Sheriff Office press release echoed in the FBI story, is identified through Texas Roadhouse employees interviewed and no link. Texas Roadhouse call records specific testable facts. Ladies' restroom, no purchase, quick exit, earlier presence by the vehicle, owners on return calls, and that are not addressed in the public write-ups. These are not proof that Sumner County Sheriff's Office is wrong. They are clear inconsistencies and gaps between what the restaurant observed and reported on December 8th and what Sumner County Sheriff's Office later summarized publicly. So they're not saying you're wrong. They're saying add some information, add some clarity, because there are gaps here and you don't have gaps and inconsistencies, KP, when you are looking for a missing child. You just can't have it. And that is the end of that one document. Hi, Jules. I thought they said GH passed. I don't believe law enforcement ever said GH passed. I think people started looking up people they thought was GH, and one of them was related to P-foot and had passed. Okay, so we've never been given the identity of Green Hoodie, but now we know the gender. But that's a great question, Jules. Thank you, and thank you for your donation, my friend. Kiki goes, nope, she's alive. Okay, let's get back to it. A lot of information on here. I want to see what I'm going to share with you next here. Okay, we're just going to go here. Real quick, let me get back to us. I'm getting there. Sorry, I'm trying to pull this up in order for you a little bit. There we go. Okay. Is this the same one? Okay, no. This is external form USM. It's for the United States Marshals, form 641. This is how you request the marshals. Let me make sure you're seeing it too. Okay. This is how you do request the marshals. Hi, Burkarl. Welcome to our family. Thank you for becoming a member. We will be joining later tonight as our family reunion later this evening. Oh, excuse me 1 second. Let me. Sorry, y'all. I'm just responding to one thing in the chat that I need to. Okay. So let's get to this one right here. You can see that this is from the At Night Agency. This is the form to call in the marshals. It was also sent to the Department of Justice and the marshals on September 10th of 2024. Remember, shortly after they came in. It was sent to the Missing Child Unit of the United States Marshal Service. Good afternoon. Oh, let me explain up here. They were requesting the form, okay? And then it says, good afternoon, so At Night requested the form. Good afternoon, please see attached for a copy of our USM 641 request for assistance form. We look forward to your response. Thank you. Resource Coordinator, IOD, SOIB, Missing Child Unit, United States Marshal Service. And then from, I hope all is well. Do you happen to have a USM 6141? We are assisting in the search for Sebastian Rogers, and we'd like to initiate the process to request assistance from the marshals. So it's flipped there. The form will go through the local law enforcement agency leading the case and be returned to the United States Marshal Service. What is important about this is that is them reaching out on behalf of Seth on September 10th of 2024. The Marshals responding saying, good afternoon. Here's the form. Request for assistance. We look forward to your response. Sadly, that form, which needs to be sent through local law enforcement, has never been filled out. Okay. There we go. Everyone okay? You having fear of missing out? Don't miss out, Jules. Stay with us. Stay with us. Okay, here you go. This is from One World Society. They are with at night. And it's from August 28th, 2025. It's redacted. You can see it's One World Global at night, One World Society, the president, director of intelligence, director of blank and equal rights, senior operations advisor and project coordinators, director of high stakes crisis intervention of operations and intelligence, operations advisors and project coordinator and overnight watch, Seaboard, interim director of public information, joint private recovery commander, director of global call center. So these are and also UNODC, human trafficking and migrant smuggling section, HTMSSS. Lots of places that this went, important places, human trafficking and migrant smuggling section. Let's read this. Urgent request for guidance regarding possible custody of missing and or kidnapped American minor in Tel Aviv. And I shared with you all the video of the arrest out there and the images, and it sure looked like Sebastian until after the person had been released and they were able to locate that person. Then you could see the front view of the person. They went on X and were talking about their arrest, but boy, did it look like Sebastian, right? Dear esteemed members of the United Nations, our agency rectangular glasses on or about blank from Tel Aviv showing a juvenile male being escorted into a police vehicle. Our analysts reviewed stills and enhanced video of the footage. Independent AI-assisted observation reports noted that the detainee was a teenage male with a slender build, light hair, and dark rectangular glasses. The reports emphasized that these observations are non-forensic and cannot constitute identification. Nevertheless, they flagged the presence of Israeli police insignia and vehicles in the detention images, confirming a custody setting, and recorded that the subject's facial proportions, eye to nose, nose to chin ratios, appear consistent with Sebastian's reference photographs. They also cautioned against over-reliance on digitally enhanced images due to potential artifacts and stressed that the analyses served only as investigative leads, not biometric verification. All underlying media has been preserved with cryptographic hashes to maintain provenance. We respectfully request the UN's guidance and assistance regarding the possible detention of Sebastian or another foreign minor in Tel Aviv. We understand that minors' identities are sensitive and are not seeking disclosure of confidential personal data. Instead, we seek direction on the appropriate safeguarding and identification protocols that apply when a foreign child may be in custody. You all do know that it ended up not to be Sebastian. Consular, number one, points on which we seek guidance. A, consular notification involvement. What are the United Nations endorsed practices for ensuring that a foreign juvenile in police custody is promptly identified and that the relevant consular officers and blank are notified without delay? In similar cases, UN guidelines typically require consular access under the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations. The blank during questioning and the use of interpreters were necessary. We seek confirmation of these practices and any Israeli-specific provisions. B, Non-coercive identification procedures. What protocols should authorities follow to verify a detained youth's identity in a manner that protects the minor's rights and avoids traumatization? For example, are photo arrays, live viewing by a parent, or provision of dental medical records permissible under Israeli and international law when mediated by competent authorities? Our analysts can furnish higher resolution photographs, dental records, and DNA profiles for lawful comparison upon request from the competent authorities. This is what they sent when they had that targeted, they had that alert that Sebastian may be in Tel Aviv. Okay. So this is the correspondence they were communicating as to how are the proper procedures if we're dealing with Israel as to how to get Sebastian, if it were indeed him or another minor being held, out of there, okay, and identified. So I want you to they weren't making it up. And I know so many people say, oh, well, they were making that up. They were not making that up. Okay. They wouldn't be sending out applications and correspondence like this and images and videos. And they certainly don't have the time to make things up. Okay. They don't have the time. I'm trying to get back to my screen. Sorry, y'all. There it is. International coordination. Which UN channels can assist our coordination with the blank police, Ministry of Welfare and Social Affairs, and relevant blank? We have already requested a simple yes or no from the blank police regarding whether a juvenile matching Sebastian's description was detained around blank. If the UN can expedite this request or facilitate contact with appropriate Israeli child protection entities, your guidance would be invaluable. Are there UN resources such as model protocols or training materials that outline procedures for protecting migrant or trafficked children in situations like this? That's a great question. Blank, we wish to ensure that any action we take supports the child's best interests and complies with international standards. Recommendations on blank would be welcome. We have compiled forensic enhancements of the broadcast and a photo array comparing the detainee to known images of Sebastian. While IA-assisted observations identified similarities, they also underscored limitations. Image quality varied, and identification requires human forensic examiners. We will share these materials through official channels upon requested by authorized authorities. We request that any relevant Tel Aviv blank be pending identification. Our agency maintains 24/7 coordination and is prepared to liaise with U.S. consular officials, Israeli authorities, and UN bodies. And they are 24/7. You can get a hold of them if you need to 24/7. This is for law enforcement purposes only, and now they've redacted it and are able to share. But in the midst of the crucial situation where they were trying to identify the individual, this was for law enforcement only. Please send any responses or requests for further information to blank. We are deeply concerned that blank, if not properly identified and safeguarded. Our goal is to work collaboratively with the United Nations, Israeli authorities, and the U.S. government to ensure the child's rights and well-being are protected. We would greatly appreciate your initial response, appropriate point of contact, and any preliminary guidance you can offer. Thank you for your attention to this urgent matter and for your ongoing commitment to protecting children worldwide. And then I shared with you the application under the United States Department of State, application under the Hague Convention on the, here you go. I shared this with you. This is the United States Department of State application under the Hague Convention on the civil aspects of international child abduction. And I had shared that with you before. And this is where they're talking about they want access to the child listed below if he's indeed there. It's Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from the United States, born December 7th, believed to be detained overseas in Tel Aviv, August 2025, facial ping, contact for Israeli police provided. Now, I do want to say no agency is going to make this up and put on the Department of State's name or any of that. This is true information. They're at night, One World is not going to take their reputation and make this up, because the U.S. Department of State would come out and say, we never received anything like that. They don't have time for that. They are looking for a child. They don't have time for these games. Okay, and it says that he has blonde brown hair, that he weighs 120 pounds, 5'5", that his mom is Katie, his dad is Seth. Seth is the person seeking return of the child. And it's very sad, KP, that your name isn't on there. Get in the game, girl, in my opinion. Person alleged to have wrongfully removed or retained the child, unknown at this time. Relationship to the children, no believed relation. They're talking about the person in Israel, unknown at this time. The citizenship of the person, they don't believe them to be related. Name, occupation, and address, unknown. Phone number, unknown. Because they don't know they didn't know who that was, who may have had him. Okay. On or about February 25th, and then they give us circumstances of abduction. Let's read this. Removal, the place of wrongful removal or retention, Tennessee, United States. Okay, on February 25th, 2025. On or about February 25th, 2024, the minor child, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, by the way, on or about, disappeared from his habitual residence located in Hendersonville, Tennessee, Sumner County. 1 second there. Okay. The child's biological father, Seth Rogers, wouldn't you feel pretty crappy if you were a parent of a missing child and everything that's going to the United Nations, to the Department of State, to the Department of Justice, your name's not on any of it as the parent searching, looking, hiring the team? I would feel like a scab. I mean, how can you be that person, in my opinion? On or about February 25th, 2024, the minor child, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, born December 7th, 2008, disappeared from his habitual residence located in Hendersonville, Sumner County, Tennessee. The child's biological father, Seth Rogers, blank, blank, blank. At no time did the father consent, either expressly or implicitly, to the removal of his son from his habitual residence or to the child's continued. Seth Rogers has custody rights too, and she does not get to choose that he goes 1.5 years without seeing his child. It is completely illegal. And every time one of you knuckleheads drops that in my chat, you better believe I report it to the authorities. Not the authorities who ignore us, the authorities who respond. So keep going, because your name's going out there every time you do it. And that's the truth. So don't try and tell us in a chat, well, maybe she put her with a former lover and that's okay, or a good friend. She's allowed to put him in a school or somewhere and not tell Seth. No, she's not. Okay? No, she is not. So just know, every time you put that in my chat, I send that to the proper people who will investigate you for what you know. Because we're here on this channel to bring Sebastian home. I'm not here for CP's games. I'm not here for his wordplay. I'm not here for his vagueness, and I'm not here for her inconsistencies, her Disney World trips, her ice cream trips, her Mexican restaurant trips. And I'm certainly not here to buy information from CP who tells us, well, we can't search because in April, 2 months down the road after he's gone missing, we're not allowed to search because law enforcement wants to be able to get a hold of us. Well, you've got a darn cell phone in your pocket. So when you're sitting at that Mexican restaurant, why can't they get a hold of you? They can. So get your boots on the ground. There's not a darn soul who told you not to search, in my opinion. And by the way, you don't live in a communist country. You're the parent of the child. Go search. No one would keep me from searching. And that, my friends, is what whoever did this underestimated. They underestimated, and I've said it many times, the power of conditional love, because they don't understand unconditional love. They thought they could deflect, lie, deter, take a child, and that the father would give up. Whoever did this did not understand unconditional love that a normal parent has, because he won't give up, nor will we. And Sebastian's army is growing. Sebastian's army is growing. So here's the question. If you were investigating and you had one parent doing everything they could to find the child, and one parent who was with the child when she allegedly lost him, who would you be investigating? The one who doesn't put her names on the forms, the one who doesn't search because she says they say they need to get a hold of us. Well, then why are you allowed to go to a restaurant? Why are you allowed to go to Disney World? Because you got your cell phone in your pocket. That's why. The same way if your boots were pulled up and you pulled up those big boy pants and big girl pants and you're out searching, they'd ring your cell phone and you'd reach in your pocket and you'd answer it, just like you do when you're shoving down a taco. Thank you, Bliss. I think we've all hit our limit of fuckery, excuse my term, with what's been going on in this case. And you know I don't usually cuss, but that's exactly what's going on. So guess what? When people start investigating, that's who they're looking at, not because they're being unfair, but because it makes no sense. And I'm sorry I cussed. Please do forgive me, because I know we don't normally talk like that on this channel. So she has no right to remove him. I don't care what anyone says, and keep it coming, because I keep reporting you and you keep being looked into. Subsequent to February 25th, 2024, extensive search efforts were undertaken with the state of Tennessee and through allied jurisdictions. These efforts included coordination with local law enforcement, the issuance of public alerts, private sector intelligence operations, and continuous monitoring of digital and biometric identifiers. Despite these exhaustive measures, the child was not recovered within the United States. On or about August 23rd, 2025, a blank referred to as a ping suggested that an individual bearing a strong resemblance, and by the way, we've got the haters saying, but I don't believe a thing they're saying, because any biometric hit is never referred to as a ping. Well, guess what? They're writing an affidavit here and they are calling it a ping. Okay. It's not like they're saying that someone sent them something going ping, ping, ping. No. Okay. They had said in their one report that it was a targeted alert that they got, but they're calling it a ping here, haters. So just listen up, suggesting that an individual bearing a strong resemblance to Sebastian. And you know what? Let me stop for a second. I wish we had no people hating on everything that was said and done for Sebastian. I wish this was all of us united working together. I wish this was everyone wanting to be on one road leading to Sebastian. Two paths never should have been created. And I truly believe that came from the mentality in Hendersonville, in my opinion. So they got a ping suggesting that an individual bearing a strong resemblance to Sebastian was present in this present in, we now know, Tel Aviv. The system's detection was based on pre-established biometric and facial recognition markers tied specifically to Sebastian's known identifiers. Sorry, my phone's going off. Known identifiers. This alert constituted the first credible international lead in over 18 months since the initial disappearance. And, you know, we were all very disappointed when it wasn't Sebastian, but we're not giving up. The father did not authorize the removal of the child from the jurisdiction of Tennessee, nor has he consented to the child's retention abroad. The father has continuously asserted his custodial rights, has remained actively engaged in lawful recovery proceedings, and has never relinquished his parental authority. On the contrary, Seth is very much a parent. He wants to continue to build memories with his child, and nothing is going to stop him from finding out who did this and where Sebastian is. The facts and circumstances strongly support a finding that Sebastian's removal from the U.S. and potential retention in Tel Aviv constitutes a wrongful removal and/or retention within the meaning of Articles 3 and 4 of the Hague Convention on the civil aspects of international child abduction. Factual and legal justification for the request. Habitual residence. The father has never consented to Sebastian's removal or retention outside his custody. He has continuously exercised his parental rights and sought his son's return through lawful channels. Under Articles 3 and 4 of the Hague Convention, the removal and/or retention of a child is wrongful here where it breaches custody rights under the law of the child's habitual residence, and those rights were being exercised at the time. Both conditions are met in this matter. Basis of the applicant's custody rights are law and statute relating to custody for a child's residence at time of alleged removal and retention, and other FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation missing persons poster, and they provided it. If the child is located and released under this convention, the applicant proposes that Sebastian be repatriated under escort of his father, Seth Rogers. That makes me, And one day that's going to happen. Let's hope that Seth is escorting Sebastian home one day. By Seth Rogers or another duly authorized representative acting under power of attorney. Travel arrangements will be coordinated through the U.S. Embassy, with the preferred route being blank to JFK in New York and onward to Nashville, BNA. The applicant will ensure all necessary passports, travel docs, and authorizations are obtained through the United States Department of State. Secure custody transfer will be facilitated by consular efforts and, if required, law enforcement escorts. Immediately upon arrival in Tennessee, consistent blank lawful and blank lawful rights. And then it says supporting documentation. Are the parents married? No. Are the parents divorced? Yes. Custody order existing at time of removal or retention. If so, provide a copy of the order. And that, of course, is redacted. And then this is their privacy statements. Whew, that's a lot. Let's take a break. Let me get a drink of apple juice. Hello, everyone. Thank you if you're just joining us. We are talking about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. One thing I see, many of you, we talk about the potential sightings, and many of you are worried that there were sightings that were not followed up on because you couldn't get certain individuals, agencies to respond to you in Hendersonville, Sumner County. But what I want to point out is many of those reportings are in areas coincidentally where family members live. Bristol, Virginia, family member lives. Ford's Pond, Oregon area, family members all over the area. Spokane, Washington International Airport, family members in proximity. Okay. North Carolina, and that one was debunked. North Carolina, we know that one was followed up on. North Carolina, family members all over. So it's just a little odd to me when we get JH, welcome in, aloha. You still believe he's in Tennessee? I hope so. I really do. But when we get sightings and it kind of lays out a map where relatives live, it's kind of alarming. Okay? It's kind of alarming to me. And we only know of one, in our opinion, that was debunked by law enforcement, and that was North Carolina. There have been some in Washington also, in a Washington area, and the person even took pictures of the people traveling with him. In that one, he was being allegedly, it was not confirmed it was Sebastian, so forgive me if I say that. I don't want you to think. But they were, the way they were moving him around was in a wheelchair. So yeah, Nicey Marie, they have to redact. They have to redact those because they can't give us information to give to the public with people's names. There's certain protected information. So that's why I'm saying blank, blank. But thank you. Okay, let's get back to it. I want to share something else with you. Get back to our slideshow here. We did the FBI post. Oh, that's right. This is what I was going to share with you. I told you all that we have a new celebrity who is posting about Sebastian Rogers. Do any of you watch Jersey Shore? This is Mike the Situation. He has 1.2 million followers, and he is posting about Sebastian. Let me read the post to you. Or he reposted it. Let me see. There it is. He reposted. Look at this. 1.2 million people. Mike the Situation from Jersey Shore cares about Sebastian Rogers, knows about Sebastian Rogers. I don't watch Jersey Shore, but I'm so glad. I don't care who it is if they're raising awareness for Sebastian, right? I'm so excited. But what I thought was funny is this. We are witnessing Murdoch on steroids in the heartbreaking disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. For those of you who are not sure what that means, Alex Murdoch was a high-profile attorney in South Carolina who unalived his wife and child, was convicted, is in prison. But boy, oh boy, the cover-ups going on in that town. Okay, they run the town, they own the town. There's a child, Stephen Smith, laying in the middle of the street, and one of the Murdochs is there and says, "The family, I'll represent you." And the family wanted me to come here, always popping up at events. Okay, a boat accident where a girl drowns, popping up at the hospital before family members even get there. The Murdochs telling kids, "We'll handle this. We'll represent you. Don't say anything." So that's what's being talked about. And if you didn't follow the case, there is a great show several great shows on the case that will show you disgraced Alex Murdoch, who is now wearing a jumpsuit, and how they ran that town. Okay. We are witnessing Murdoch on steroids in the heartbreaking disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. And he is now disgraced Murdoch. Amid the relentless storm, this is Mike the Situation. You see right here. Here he is. Okay. And he has, you can see 1.2 million followers. Amid the relentless storm of misinformation, half-truths, and outright lies swirling around us, one heartbreaking story is being drowned out: the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. This 16-year-old autistic teen from Sumner County, Tennessee, vanished without a trace on February 25th, 2024, over 18 months ago, and the silence from authorities is deafening. No leads, no closure, just fading headlines while his families endure unimaginable pain. One second. Enough is enough. It's time for the public to rise up and demand answers. Sebastian's life matters. Don't let him become another forgotten statistic in a broken system. Amen. If you have any information, no matter how small, call our tip line now. 844-922-3236 or email Dog the Bounty Hunter's official tip line, most wanted at manhunts.one. Let's bring Sebastian home. Here is one of the last, look at those shoes. Here is one of the last images. This is of his mother taking a photo. You can see right there. That photo has never surfaced. That last image of her missing child, the most recent image for people to identify him, has never been shared, was never put on a poster, was never released. Who did she share it with? That's the alarming question, in my opinion. Because if I took a picture an hour before my kid's gone, or the night before, however you want us to say that, KP, allegedly, I'd be sharing that photo. That would be the one on posters, not ones from when he was 8 and 9 years old. Shame on you. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. And then they have the poster here. Please take a look. This is Sebastian Rogers. There is a $500,000 reward to bring him home. He was last seen at the Texas Roadhouse with his mother. He is high-functioning autistic. His mother originally put out that he was mentally younger than the age of 15 at the time he was missing. And later, a year later, she waited a year and then corrected that if you do come across Sebastian, you are not going to think he's special needs. You are not going to think anything other than a very smart, capable, by the way, very polite young man. And we all knew after watching the Texas Roadhouse footage that that was a misrepresentation. And many times people do go ahead and get diagnoses for certain. Well, I'm not going to say it. Yes, Nicey. She was describing him as a little kid with big needs. Not what we've seen of Sebastian. Exactly. Thank you, Nicey, for that comment. Watching the Texas Roadhouse, when that came out, blew a lot of our minds because of our impression that had been put in our mind. I'm coming over to do thank yous right now. Those of you in the bushes, bear with me for just a second. We have thank yous to do. Bear Kyle, thank you for gifting a membership and growing our family. We'll all be meeting later this evening. And thank you. And please thank Beck-Hyrule for that very generous membership and gift. Thank you, Beck-Hyrule. And oh my goodness, 3 from Beck-Hyrule. Thank you. If you are anyone who received one of the 3 memberships from Beck-Hyrule, please thank Beck-Hyrule. Holly, thank you so much for, and welcome to our family. Holly, thank you for your super sticker. I truly appreciate it. And Beck-Hyrule, also welcome to our family. We have a new member, Beck-Hyrule, and April from Illinois. And Jules, thank you for your donation. And Panda Bear, happy birthday. Thank you for your sweet donation. Both of them. You're giving us gifts on your birthday. Thank you so much, my friends. Thank you so much. So that is this post that Mike the Situation posted. He has over 1 million followers. So over 1 million people most likely saw that. He also shared this public service announcement on exploitation and assault rampant in Sumner County, Tennessee. This is really hard to read, but we're going to read it because it's just gross and disgusting as far as what's going on. But if you know something, please answer this. And not in the chat, as we advance into the fourth phase of our investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, At Night has uncovered deeply troubling patterns involving individuals connected to the case related to the missing child's family. Individuals connected to the case, unrelated to the missing child's family. They're not talking about Bowersox or Proudfoots here, okay? A toxic culture of exploitation pervades Sumner County, infiltrating both its schools and the sheriff's office. This behavior is not only tolerated, but appears to be actively enabled and widespread. Would you expect anything less from a community that is being led by a sheriff who says "R" is such a strong word, let's call it snuggles trouble? I have said since I heard, oh, and by the way, End had the audacity to post that online. Then they had the audacity to hire him. Okay? I have always said that since I heard that. That is a way to raise up crime and shame criminals. And now we find out those very people who are being exploited sexually are being called tattletales. Because of course you would call someone a tattletale when you have someone who leads the county saying rape is a strong word. Oops, R is a strong word. Yeah, it's strong, all right. And it should be strong because it's a strong crime. But when you've got someone saying snuggle trouble, then people think they can get away with it because he just thinks someone's having a bad day. Let's keep going. We urge whistleblowers with knowledge of the disturbing allegations from Hendersonville High School to report to reports of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office detaining and abusing women under the guise of authority to come forward immediately. Now, mind you, Mike the Situation's also reposting this. This is his repost, and he has over 1 million followers. So now 1 million followers of Mike the Situation know that there's S problems in Sumner County Sheriff's Office and Hendersonville High School. To come forward immediately and contact us. So if you have information on Hendersonville High School or Sumner County Sheriff's Office, abusing people, exploiting, please come forward. If Sumner County dismissed allegations of a child exploitation or labeled your child a tattletale for reporting misconduct, we want to hear from you. Victims exist. Amen. Multiple public filings expose the extent of the county's efforts to conceal these grave injustices. Speak out. We are listening. And here is, this is, real large. Key individuals, school officials, although not named as defendants, several Hendersonville High School staff are central to the story. Coach James Beasley, the head coach of the Hendersonville High School football team. He was the first school official notified of the incident. The complaint accuses him of minimizing the assault and using derogatory language, calling the victim a tattletale. So imagine your child, something happens to your child at school. They are exploited. They go to the head coach of the football team and report this, and the head football coach of the football team calls your child, your victim child, a tattletale. I'm just beginning to think that, honest to goodness, it's just not a safe place. It is not a safe place when people protect friendships instead of protecting a child. I literally, honestly, and I'll be honest with you, someone who had information, I was begging them to share, and they said, that's not my place. That was a private conversation that was told to me. And I about fell out of my chair. Okay, then we don't want to hear from you again. We just don't want to hear from you again, because don't say you're there to help Sebastian, because you're not. So you had Beasley, the coach, and now we have defendant Jeremy Michael Singleton. And this is the causes of action. And yes, many of you, we have already looked up this, and I have not shared it with you yet, but this is going on. But again, if you have information, please don't come on our platforms. Please don't say you care. Please don't do anything about it as far as interviewing or talking or chatting. Please, because you have pieces of crucial information you don't want to share because you would rather remain friends with some public officials. And I really respected this person until then. Causes of action: sexual battery by defendant Jeremy Michael Singleton. But sometimes, it takes, what if it was that person's kid? And we had this kind of information they were holding. Boy, I bet they'd want that out there, wouldn't they? But not when it's someone else's child. My friendship matters more. The defendant, Jeremy Michael Singleton, owed a duty of care to not harm the inmates. This is, by the way, I'm going to give you a trigger warning. I'm going to give you a trigger warning of what is in this partial document, okay? Trigger warning of what he does to the inmates. Minnie, are you in the house? This is going to blow your mind because you work in a prison. The defendant, Jeremy Michael Singleton, owed a duty of care to not harm the inmates. The defendant, Jeremy Michael Singleton, had a duty to avoid contacting inmates with his genital area or touching inmates in their genital and private areas. The defendant, Jeremy Michael Singleton, had a duty to avoid touching inmates in a sexual manner. The defendant, Jeremy Michael Singleton, intentionally violated these duties when he intentionally and forcibly touched the plaintiff. So he not only put his genital area in contact with her, but touched her genital areas. The defendant, Jeremy Michael Singleton, intentionally violated these duties when he forcibly groped, grabbed, inappropriately touched, and kissed the plaintiff. As a result of these batteries, plaintiff felt threatened, scared, angry, violated, and humiliated. The defendant, Jeremy Michael Singleton, owed a duty of care to not cause an inmate apprehension of the threat of battery and abuse. And again, this was shared by, reposted by Mike the Situation. Many people seeing this stuff, okay? Many people looking at the things that are going on there. Now, I also did hear another story, and I am not going to share it yet because I haven't reported it yet because I'm going back. It's from locals. I'm going back and gathering all of it and putting it together. Then I'll report it. And once I'm report it, I will share it with you. And yes, it involves the schools at Sumner County again. Okay. It's just, it's gross. So yes, I agree why you don't want to have your children in Sumner County. I totally understand. And if I certainly would not be bringing any children with me either. And isn't that pathetic that children can't go to a certain town? I love the new banner up for At Night Creative Intelligence. Is this guy a cop? He was in the jails. Yes, he's one of those who was in the jails around the inmates. Yes, from Sumner County Sheriff's Office. And I hate to say this because it's gross, he was putting his genitals near her, around her, and touching hers and kissing her and groping her. A cop. Jeremy Singleton. We'll look him up in a second. Actually, yeah, we'll look him up in a second, okay? Hi, Minnie. Did you hear about that, what I just read? So, vanished teenager, 1-800-THE-LOST, 1-800-CALL-FBI. And he is vanished because, in my opinion, someone did something to him, someone took him, someone did something to him, and then they created the vanishing plan. They reported him, he was reported a runaway, but he has vanished. And don't go search that area where they searched or you'll be arrested, is what the podcast said when Seth was on it. And that blew my mind too. Here we go with the updates from At Night. I don't even know the date today, the 6th. Okay. Let's start with, okay, there's Mike. Okay. We're going to start going through the updates. At Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter call for clarification on green hoodie narrative in the Sebastian Rogers case. And there. At Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter call for clarification from FBI on green hoodie narrative and the Sebastian Rogers case. 1 second. Okay. This is a joint statement by At Night Creative Intelligence and One World Society. It is addressed to the national media, federal, local agencies, and the general public. Because it doesn't make sense, does it? Well, first of all, what doesn't make sense is that they had the case, they were working this case for 10 months before, 9 or 10 months before At Night came in. They never identified, located the green hoodie. They waited until footage was released. They even told them to release it and see if they could get an identification. And then they immediately cleared green hoodie. My question is, why didn't they take an interest in an individual around a child's car that went missing and was never seen, that spent 40 seconds interacting with mom and a minute and a half waiting for mom? Why was that person not something that sent off red sirens to them, red flags? Why did they have to wait for Dog, One World, and At Night to come in and point it out that it became important to them? Why did KP never go to the Texas Roadhouse asking to see footage until she knew they had it? Right? Why did it matter? She was sitting there. She was sitting right there. Why would she have to race in? And why didn't she race in day one saying, my son's missing. I need to see everything you have. No, not month 1, not month 2, not month 3, not month 4. She waited until it was released to the public and went in there, made a scene, and was asked to leave and was not given it. And by the way, she was asked not to return. Yes, she did throw a fit. Bliss, you are right. And boy, did she throw a fit, Bliss Blessing says. Yes. And from what my sources tell me, she was asked to leave. She was not given footage, and she was asked not to come back. But why didn't she care enough about Sebastian to scour that footage beforehand? Why did she care so much suddenly? Is it things become important to a certain person when it means their own tush, but not their child's, allegedly? I don't know. They now down at Longhorn. Yes, I know. You all are so on it. You are funny. Gypsy, that was a great comment. And yes, they do. They were spotted at Longhorn Steakhouse. Okay. This was a day ago, and this is at Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter, appalled, probably wanting clarification from the FBI post on Green Hoodie narrative in Sebastian Rogers' case. Let me be unmistakably clear. The FBI article misstates two material facts. Two material facts. It suggests Sebastian vanished this year when he disappeared in 2024. And it suggests Sebastian vanished this year. Oh, yes, excuse me. Oh, I didn't even catch that piece. It suggests Sebastian vanished this year when he disappeared in 2024. And it lists him as 14 when he was 15. If you can't get the year or the age right, you haven't mastered the case. You've compromised it. At Night applauds legitimate subject clearance and supports law enforcement efforts, said Cynthia Lee, Global Ownership Liaison and Senior Representative of One World, speaking on behalf of At Night Private Intelligence Agency. One thing I want to say to you is I am so impressed with Cynthia Lee. I'm just going to say it. The way she writes, the way she gets her points across. We've seen it. Look at this. If you can't get the year or the age right, you haven't mastered the case. You've compromised it. At Night applauds legitimate subject clearance and supports law enforcement's efforts. I love the way she writes. And she's right. They haven't mastered it. But you know what's even more shocking? If they're going to do an article on one of their most wanted, the least they could have done is cared enough to glance at the flyer and get his age and year he went missing right. Our goal is narrow and constructive. Align the public narrative with Texas Roadhouse's contemporaneous venue facts and corporate preservation steps so the community sees the same big picture Texas Roadhouse reported. Correct the year, correct the age, publish an addendum, and own the error. And that's just like Brandon Carter saying they had the wrong missing date for 11, 12 months, and they knew from right away. But it wasn't his job to change it. He let FTBI know, and they just didn't change it. Well, if you're a lead detective on a case and a child's missing, you change the date. You have some integrity and professionalism, and you change that date. You keep calling them till they change that date. You don't let it ride for 11 months and then come out and go, oops, and you come out the day after images were seen in the backyard on the 26th in the wee hours of the morning, and you come out stating, oh, by the way, nothing seen after the 25th could be Sebastian because there was nothing. Basically, I'm paraphrasing. Okay? You don't wait that long. So I don't believe that. I believe they he came out that way because he didn't want anyone to think what was being seen in the backyard, flashlights, images, weren't trash trucks, weren't the neighbor's lights, was someone carrying Sebastian out, in my opinion. But that happened at 3 a.m. on the 26th. So he wanted to make sure last seen the 25th. And he waited all those months, not because, in my opinion, they're that incompetent that they wouldn't change that error. And if so, people should be replacing people, in my opinion. It's that it became important for them to make a fib up so no one knew what was going on in that backyard that night. And that is my opinion, alleged, and I'm allowed to have it. Let's stop sharing this one. I'm heading back. Oh, these are the one. Okay. So this is one I need to share with you all. Hold on. Wait, sorry, y'all. I'm not sharing with you here. Forgive me. Okay. I want to see when this was. Okay. This was September 5th, which was yesterday. There are several pages to this. So before I begin reading this, if you are in the bushes, I am going to go to my chat and see if anyone has a question or something that I need to bring forth. Oh, Mama, thank you for being a member for 6 months, for your support. And you are very welcome, Mama. Thank you for being a part of Sebastian's Army. One thing I want to say before I start reading again is Sebastian's Army is growing. Excuse me. I had to take a drink of my apple juice. Sebastian's Army is growing. Those who tried to silence Sebastian and tried to threaten, scare, warn people out of covering this case, you know what's really interesting? It's not working. It's doing the opposite. We got celebrities sharing now, such as Mike the Situation, Dog the Bounty Hunter. We have At Night. We have One World. Kash Patel's aware. Department of Justice is aware. Many agencies are looking into this case. And I do want to tell you that, okay? There are important eyes, as you can see from all of this updates, looking at this case. Far more important than the local law enforcement, far more high up than the local law enforcement. And I'm going to say it again. If you know something, I suggest you report it, or you'll be saying it on stand under oath for the world to hear and question why you didn't tell it in the beginning. Maria S. says, thank you for all your hard work, Jay. You are so welcome, and thank you for supporting the channel for over 4 months, Maria. I really appreciate that. Welcome in, everyone. Okay, are you guys ready? We're going to keep going. Texas Roadhouse phone interview, December 8th. Dog the Bounty Hunters, At Night case number, and they gave you the case number. This is a phone interview. You're seeing I'm sharing with you the redacted transcript. Redacted, for those of you who are unsure of what that means that parts are covered up, taken out when released to the public to protect the privacy of individuals named, okay? Or individuals mentioned, or phone numbers, emails, locations, identities, okay? It's not that they're keeping vital information from you. They're protecting other people, their real life, their locations, etc. But we're getting the meat of what the interview brought forth, the information. Show Poodles, good to see you. Good to see all of you. Yep, exactly. Kiki, you ready for it? This is what you're asking me about. And I just sent you a message, by the way, so you would understand what I was saying to you, because I didn't speak it out loud, but I sent you a message, my friend. You're such a wealth of information, and I thank you, Kiki. Okie dokes. We're going to start reading. Dog the Bounty Hunters, Joint Blank, and At Night. Okay. Divisions handling the caseload. Dog the Bounty Hunters, Joint Risk Force, One World, At Night Agency, part of One World Corp, and One World Society. Okay, this has been cleared for public dissemination, and I will repeat again, if you are in the house and you are a journalist, or creator reputable, you can get this information. I'm on the press list, and you can get on there too by emailing press@atnight.agency. Okay? So if you want this information and you are a reputable creator or journalist, you may go to press@atnight.agency and request to be added to their press list. That is why I have this information. And you can have it too. They're not like it's not like they just give it to Crime Time Buzz. No, it's available for public info. Okay. For creators and journalists who are reputable. Texas, sorry y'all, you can hear my dogs. One's doing almost somersaults right now on the rug. Texas Roadhouse call December 8th, 2024. Hey, how are you? Dog the Bounty Hunters team returning your call. Dog. So obviously this is Dog the Bounty Hunters team on a call with Texas Roadhouse. I'm going to enlarge it for you if I can. A little bit there. There you go, if that helps. I know a lot of you like to screenshot things, so here you go. And I do have an image of green hoodie that I want to bring forth to you at the end of this. And I also have images of things going on at the Texas Roadhouse behind the white pickup that I want you to see that we are looking at now. Hey, how are you? Dog the Bounty Hunters team, blank, returning blank's call. Blank, 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 dog. Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, hold on one second. Okay, I can hear you better here. What's your name again? I'm blank, blank is here as well. So it wasn't just Dog on the phone. Or Dog's team, excuse me. Texas Roadhouse. Good. I'm the blank at the Hendersonville location where Sebastian was last seen. I'm sure you've done your due diligence and looked at the footage. Blank Dog worked with the support center to get what was needed. It's all over social media now. That was page 1. Here is page 2. About that. About blank. Do you want to explain the blank situation? Right. And for context, blank is our lead remote agent on Dog's team. We were still reviewing when blank, a PI licensed in Tennessee, either got the video or screenshots and posted screenshots on Twitter to push blank's own narrative. That's why we shared points of interest to steer the public toward the video actually shows, what the video actually shows, not speculation. That's Dog's team that they're talking about it, okay? So they're explaining, that they have the footage and that they were still reviewing it when blank, a PI licensed in Tennessee, you know who that is, either got the video or screenshots and posted them on Twitter to push blank's own narrative. I don't need to fill in that blank for you. I think most of you know which PI that is. That's why we shared points of interest to steer the public toward what the video actually shows, not the speculation. And then Texas Roadhouse individual said, right, looking at the footage with no outside info, it's clear. People aren't seeing that the person who passes by blank in front of the blank vehicle had already appeared in the frame for about a minute and a half earlier, walked up and stood at that car. This is the Texas Roadhouse where they were that last night. It is their footage, and that you just heard them say green, or we know who they're talking about, okay? Passes by in front of the vehicle, already appearing in the frame a minute and a half earlier, walked up and stood at that car. There is your verification that that individual stood at the car, my friends, for a minute and a half. We're not making it up. We're not seeing something we think we're seeing that's not being seen. We don't want to publicize that yet. We don't want this person to run. Okay? But now it's being publicized. and it's continued. This is page 3. Blank downplayed it, which worried us. Blank downplayed it, which worried, this is still Dog's team talking. Blank downplayed it, which worried us because people stopped looking for him. We wanted to raise awareness without labeling anyone a suspect. Texas Roadhouse says, the individual who passed them and came into the restaurant went into the ladies' room. Green hoodie, my friends, is a woman. People don't realize that. The image isn't perfect at that distance, but there's a strong resemblance to blank who blank, blank, blank. And then Dog's team says, we're aware. And if you're going to start putting names of who you think might be the resemblance, please use initials in the chat. Texas Roadhouse then says, that doesn't prove anything by itself, but the bathroom, meaning because they said the image isn't perfect at the distance. This is Texas Roadhouse, but there's a strong resemblance to blank, who blank, blank, blank. And then Dog's team says, we're aware. And Texas Roadhouse says, but that doesn't prove anything by itself. But the bathroom entrance they used is the women's restroom. Boom. And Texas Roadhouse continued, on a busy Sunday night, and this is a phone call. This is a transcript from a phone call. On a busy Sunday night, people don't typically walk in from the lot just to use the bathroom and leave. It looks like she left after that. I could be wrong. Okay. And then Dog's team says, you're talking about the person in the green hoodie, correct? And Texas Roadhouse says, correct. Blank video, when blank leaves and passes the green hoodie, that individual comes in, walks around the bar, heads to the ladies' restroom. Blank clip, the clip ends there, but blank sure the exterior camera shows that person exiting a couple of minutes after the initial encounter. One thing I do want to show you is we have Sumner County saying the person was cleared immediately. Employees ID'd the person. The person was even wearing the shirt when we met with them, the sweatshirt when we met with them. But what we've not seen is something like this. Texas Roadhouse and Dog's team had a conversation, and that's why they're asking for clarification from Sumner County and the FBI, because they had a conversation with Texas Roadhouse, and this is what the information they were given that they are sharing with the public because they have it. It backs up what they're saying. And they're asking Sumner County and the FBI to back up what they're saying. Excuse me. Okay, so he says the exterior camera shows that person exiting a couple of minutes after the initial encounter. This is what Texas Roadhouse representative sees, saw, knows. And then Dog's team said, if we send photos, could you verify 100%, if possible, whether that's so-and-so? Texas Roadhouse says, other than online images, I can only say it's a strong resemblance. I'm going to show you real quick. We're on page 4. Okay, I want to show you something in our slideshow. Okay. I'm going to go back to the several pages. Okay, I just want to show you something. This is green hoodie. There's green hoodie in the restaurant. That is a female who used the woman's bathroom. They are talking about a strong resemblance. A strong resemblance. Okay, sorry guys. I'm going to escape here real quick. I'm going to get this one for you and I'm going to enlarge it because I know many of you want to see these larger. Okay. There is GH, a female who used the restroom, and they are speaking of a strong resemblance, Okay. Okay. There we go. Let me enlarge this one for you. I know some of you like to take screenshots. So what I'll do real quick is I will enlarge this part first because some of you like to look at that. Take your screenshots. Let me get that off of there. There, take your screenshots. That's green hoodie re-entering after Sebastian and KP leave. Did you get your screenshots? Okay. And then I'm going to take it back smaller because many of you have commented on the baggy clothing. It looks like I don't know if there's black socks in a flip-flop or black socks in a slide. It kind of looks to me like, or if it's a different tennis shoe. We'll have to study that a little bit more. But there is green hoodie, okay? And I have images to share with you from behind the white truck that we're going to look at later after we get through these updates. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss some of that. Let's get back to X here. Were you all seeing the pictures? Okay, good. Someone's asking, Gypsy. You guys are clever. You guys are clever and you're funny. Someone's saying, I wonder how Granny in Virginia is doing. The other is saying, in my opinion, too bad the mute KP won't clear this up. Someone else is saying, in her opinion, KP's side of the family without saying. Oh, could be, you all. Could be. Okie dokes. Did you all see the pictures? They did come up, right? Okay, good. I don't know if she got up, but we do know Sebastian used the restroom, right? Okay, so here you go. Here is page 4, Texas Roadhouse. He's still talking. He or she, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's a male or female. On a busy Sunday night, people don't typically walk in from the lot just to use the bathroom and leave. It looks like she left after that. I could be wrong. And then the person, we read this one, I'm sorry. And then the person says from Dog's team, you're talking about the person in the green hoodie, correct. And then Texas Roadhouse says, correct, blank video. When blank leaves and passes the green hoodie, that individual comes in, walks around the bar, heads to the ladies' restroom. The clip ends there, but I'm pretty sure the exterior camera shows that person exiting a couple of minutes after the encounter. The encounter being the exchange with the 40-second exchange with KP that they witnessed on their footage. Trying to enlarge this for you. Hold on. Okay, Texas Roadhouse continues talking. Blank believes it's a woman, not a man, as some online are claiming. I recommend looking that way. I feel there's something going on with blank. The fact the person went into the woman's bathroom is what has me focused, said someone from Dog's team. That's a key piece. Even if it somehow weren't a female, which I highly doubt, the blank put out that it was a man in his 60s. You remember who put that out, right? I believe that was SF. Put out that it was a man in his 60s, said blank identified him and claimed blank spoke to Texas Roadhouse. That's part of why we shared footage points. They said it was a 60-something man and now his life is in danger, but blank knew. And then, wait a minute, excuse me. Let me see where we're at. And then it said, who pushed that? Who pushed that? And Texas Roadhouse says, if it's a 60-year-old, note near where that person walked. The first door on the left is a family restroom, and continuing through leads directly to the ladies' restroom. Now, I don't think that there would be any reason for the people from Texas Roadhouse who were trying to help to make anything up. And they were in conversation because they could not get a hold of Brandon. Then Texas Roadhouse goes on to say that individual went into the ladies' restroom 100%. And then Dog's team says, from your end, you verified they walked around the bar. Did they buy anything? Nothing. They came in, went to the bathroom. The clip ends there, which is frustrating, but on the exterior footage, I get a small glimpse of their feet. It appears to be the same person exiting the same way they came in, along the exterior sidewalk between two vehicles. And we've seen that. We saw where Green Hoodie came between the vehicles back by the bushes. Then the Dogs team says, did TBI or Sumner County ask you about this when all this started? And Texas Roadhouse rep says they came to the store and tried to speak with a couple of probably employees. Blank, get me a picture of the business card so I know who it is, a real detective or inspector. Once that's handled, send it to me and I will contact them. So he was asking for the Texas Roadhouse representative. Someone said that they came to the store and tried to speak with a couple of, I don't know if they mean patrons or employees. I'm not going to guess. And this person said, get me a picture of the business card so I know it's a real detective or inspector. And once that's handled, send it to me. I will contact them. And I called, left a voicemail, and never got a response. And we know from what we read earlier today, that was Brandon Carter. Okay. Then it continues from the Texas Roadhouse. See, they're trying to get a hold of people to help. They know a child was last seen in their restaurant. They're trying to get a hold of the lead detective, can't. Now they're in conversation about the footage with Dog's team. I called again today. After re-reviewing the footage last night, it hit me like a brick wall. I'm worried we're missing a chance to find this young man who could still be alive. Absolutely. All of us are worried about that, except for some people who should be. They have failed him. They have silenced him. And they have banned him. And then Dog's team says, blank, you asked if you should start heading to blank to the blank. Ask what you need to decide. Wait a minute. Let me go back to that. He says, I'm worried we're missing a chance to find this young man who could still be alive. Amen. And then Dog team says, whatever, you asked if you should start heading to blank to the blank. Ask what you need to decide. And then someone says, and I think it might be Dog's team, I've seen enough to know what we're dealing with. That's probably Dog's team. It's about identifying that person. I felt like he knew, oh, maybe not. Maybe this is Texas Roadhouse. I felt like he knew her. He stepped outside. I'm looking for her picture now. I have an old one and I'm grabbing a recent one. I'll start a group chat and send them. Okay, that's Dog's team, I think. Let me see. Yep, that's Dog's team. So they have an idea of who it might be. And they're going to share a photo, a recent one. And then unknown, someone says, I need to see the picture. It's been a while. I wonder if there's a resemblance to the other female who's changed her appearance multiple times. And it continues. Texas Roadhouse says, making sure you're seeing it as I change things. Raymond asks, why does CP say we will see Sebastian when he's 18? I'm not sure, Raymond. I do know one thing. He said we'll never find him. He said this case will be studied for years. He said, and now he says when he's 18. I'm not sure, Raymond. I think what we have to do is just silence him and push him away. But remember, a little bit of everything a narcissist says, in my opinion, is truth. So what do we pull from that? Why would he come home at 18? Right? It makes no sense. Yes, Kiki, Kiki said, I love this guy from Texas Roadhouse. He's genuinely interested in Sebastian's case. Yes, he is. Queen of Asan says, have that person provide those clothes. Oh, the green hoodie and stuff. Yeah. Yep, they're living their best life while the rest of the nation loses sleep, sheds tears, and researches and investigates. And we're not even investigators. Oh, let me check something. Excuse me 1 second. I'm just going to mute for a second. I will be right there, my friends. 1 second. I will be right there, my friends. 1 second. I'm trying to pull something up for you. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to go back out and pull something up for a second. Hi, Justice Jane. I can see you. I've just been reading stuff, so I haven't. I've just been reading stuff, so I haven't been in the chat so much. But hello and welcome in, Justice Jane. So then Texas Roadhouse, and I'm going to put you on mute in a second because I'm trying to pull something else up too that I want to add to our show. But we'll read this for a second. So then Texas Roadhouse continues and says, if you zoom in after blank years in this business, I watch blank way this person walks after passing blank doesn't look like a male. It reads as female mannerisms. And then Dog's team says, sending the pictures now. And then they say, that's blank. I've sent an old photo and the most recent one we have. And then Texas Roadhouse says, I'm putting you on speaker. Yeah, that's the one. that's the one so-and-so looked at based on the face and the light hair, could be blonde rather than gray. The features fit that body type. So the person has blondish or gray hair. The features fit that body type. And then the team says agreed. And then they say, blank called me about an hour ago when I asked if blank had spoken to law enforcement. Blank said yes yesterday, but I can't share blank gave blank word. Okay. So someone called about an hour ago and said they had spoken to law enforcement, and blank said yes yesterday, but blank can't share blank gave blank word. So I don't know. Someone spoke to law enforcement there. Okay. Let me check one more thing. I'm trying to pull something up while I'm talking to you. One moment. Okay. Then it says, so when it's Texas Roadhouse, it says Texas Roadhouse. When it doesn't, it's Dog's Team. I can go to blank, but I think law enforcement might be on the same track. No one should put anything on social. Okay, y'all, 1 second. I'm back. I'm about to share something else with you after we read this that I just pulled up. Okay. I can go to blank and blank, but I think law enforcement might be on the same track. No one should put anything on social, meaning the identification of the person. They believe law enforcement thinks it might be the same person. Agreed. We're not posting anything. I can call and ask if I should go, but if he tells me to head out, I will. Okay. So they're talking about the identification of the person, where the person is. I'll head out if I'm told to. Then Texas Roadhouse says, perfect. You've been a great spearhead and support. Because imagine they can't get a hold of someone, and this went on in their restaurant. They want to find the child before they're alive and can't get a hold of the lead detective. So they're thanking Dog and his team for being such a great spearhead and support. And then Dog's team says, we're trying and thank you for being an upstanding business. And then they say, Dog wanted that too. We didn't know it was you, blank, at first. I thought it might be a scam. And they were talking about, he sounds like a wonderful person. If you're in Hendersonville, please give him your business. Don't go in there bothering him about Sebastian's case, but give him your business. And then Texas Roadhouse says, totally understand. Because they weren't sure, they always make sure each other's are valid, true, who you're saying you are. And then Dog's team says, same here. Anything Dog can do when he's in Tennessee. Texas Roadhouse says, fingers crossed we get resolution. And that he's still with us. As a parent, it helps me sleep knowing I'm doing the right thing morally. Absolutely. But from the start, when TBI and sheriff's partners came in, I showed them the video, let them take it, and provided information. Texas Roadhouse Support Center record and save all footage. Oh, wait. But from the start, I showed them the video, let them take it, and provided info. blank Texas Roadhouse Support Center record and save all footage from that day because this would be an issue down the road. Whether local LE or TBI subpoenaed the support center, I do not know. So basically what this person from Texas Roadhouse is saying is what went down in their restaurant, what they witnessed, they believe something was really sketchy going on, and they wanted to preserve the footage, is what you're hearing here. So they preserved the footage, the Texas Roadhouse Support Center record. They saved all the footage from that day, and they don't know whether law enforcement or TBI ever subpoenaed for that footage. How sad is that to not know that? And he's talking about, kids being safe. He lives in that community. I bet he doesn't feel safe. And then we end up with this last one that says from Texas Roadhouse. Listen to this statement. I'm just glad something recently got enough blank this. And then Dog's team says, when you reached out, was it Detective Carter you were trying to reach? And Texas Roadhouse says, correct. Detective Carter. His card was left with my managers. I called him back within 30 minutes, left a voicemail as directed, never heard back, called again this morning, nothing. Then Dog, blank, concerned people aren't seeing the big, and then says nothing. And then says, Dog, blank, concerned people aren't seeing the big picture, because his footage shows a picture. It shows a big picture. It shows a story of that night. You hearing it now from the Texas Roadhouse representative. I'll read it again. Dog, blank, concerned people aren't seeing the big picture, because he sees a big picture of what occurred in that restaurant that night. And then Dog's team says, you're the blank person I've heard with the same experience, meaning not being able to get a hold of law enforcement. He should have been their first priority. This is the place. Others have had the same runaround, an extension to an old voicemail for someone retired years ago. It just sits there. Blanche, right? Let's go back. And then this is the last one, page 12. And then I have something else to share with you. And then Dog's team says, then an automated system. Press 3, press 2 to finally get to Carter's voicemail. You have to be a very determined and persistent person to reach Detective Carter. I love that statement. You have to be very determined and persistent to reach Detective Carter. Texas Roadhouse says, well, I don't have time to play that game. I deal with people, not phone trees. I'll push to give whatever info we need to help this boy. That's it. And then Dog's team says, we appreciate it. You have my cell. If you need anything, you call. And Texas Roadhouse said, I appreciate the follow-up. And then Dog's team said, thank you for your time. Texas Roadhouse said, if there's anything I can do, let me know. Dog's team said, will do, thank you. And Texas Roadhouse said, appreciate it, bye. But that is so funny, because he doesn't have time to push all the buttons to try and find where to lead a trip, where to get a hold of Carter. And he says, I don't have time to play that game. I deal with people, not phone trees. I'm sorry, but how can they not be embarrassed? Right? Real quick, I'm going to show you something I received. That I forgot to put into our show here. Get it into our show real quick. Okay. I have something I'm going to share with you real quick. One second, everyone. I'm just going to put you on mute for a second. Okay, you all, I want to share you something. Yeah, the owner of the Texas Roadhouse, when you're in town, please go to his restaurant and support that restaurant. Do not bother him about the case, please, but please go support that restaurant because you see that he is really wanting to help. I would like to share with you additional redacted files for media use from for Sebastian's case. And again, if you are a reputable journalist or creator, you can go on and reach out for this information as well to press@night.agency. Okay. Good evening. Attached are additional newly redacted files relevant to the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Included in this release are, and this is new. Yeah, it sounds like Blanche needs to be fired. She's retired. That's funny. Okay. These are new. I haven't read these to you yet. 1, included in this release, we will see 1, an expert analysis conducted by renowned body language specialists based in New York and California. Each history and our, excuse me, well, I have it too large, sorry. Number 1, you will see in this release an expert analysis conducted by recognized leaders in their field. Okay, I'm sorry. I've been reading too long. Included in this release, redacted release, are 1, an expert analysis conducted by renowned body language specialists based in New York and California, each of whom have testified in some of the most historic trials of modern history and are widely recognized in their field. We are able to facilitate direct contact with these experts for verification if desired, and you are welcome to inquire whether they would be interested in contributing to your coverage or appearing on your program. Ooh, thank you. Internal at-night correspondence outlining how the agency addressed the green hoodie situation. Further documents will be released as they complete the redaction process. Respectfully. Okay. And you see it's from Dogs Most Wanted Confidential. All the people that it went to. And I will open it for you right here. Okay. Let me make sure you're seeing what I'm seeing. Perfect. This is regarding Sebastian's behavioral analysis report form and a doctor, as you can see, who did it from November 29th, 2024 at 9:47 a.m. So they had there is a behavior analysis from doctors, and we are going to read it right now. Good morning, team. Please see attached behavioral analysis report. We use the iAlert threat assessment model to code the behaviors of persons of interest. We are urging you to submit this report to the FBI due to the evidence we have found. We would like to set up a call with Dog and the team to discuss the results. Regards. So after they did their behavior analysis of the behaviors of persons of interest, they said, we urge you to submit this to the FBI due to the evidence we found. So don't tell me nothing went on, right? Nothing went down. Then Tuesday, this was on November 29th. Oh, I'm reading it backwards. Hold on. Tuesday, November 26th, the subject, Dr. Blank plus Sebastian Rogers, body language expert. I invited you to a blank drive where you will find 1A, a compiled video of Sebastian Rogers from Texas Roadhouse. 2, video of them departing. 3, a PDF with 30 photos from blank and blank. Please help us by first analyzing the video of them leaving. You'll notice Sebastian seems taken aback. He notices blank, but it appears the blank with an unknown subject before. You'll notice Sebastian seems taken aback. He notices blank, but it appears the blank with an unknown subject before. Please pay close attention to blank individuals. Blank walks by wearing blank and another comes by wearing blank. Sure, I'm missing some details. Blank investigator retained by Mr. Rogers might have additional questions. Blank excited to learn you'd be assisting with this. Also on CC is blank remote lead from dog's team. Blank note the video and photos are strictly confidential and cannot be leaked under any circumstances, so please treat them with the utmost care and protection. Thank you. And then the response was 3 days later, because this was Tuesday the 26th, and 3 days later on Friday the 29th, they say, "Good morning, team. Please see attached behavioral analysis report. We use the iAlert threat assessment model to code the behaviors of persons of interest. We are urging you to submit this report to the FBI due to the evidence we found. We would like to set up a call with Dog and the team to discuss these results." So behavior analysts looked at this, and after looking at it and using a threat assessment model called the iAlert, they urged the team to report this to the FBI due to what they found. So due to the evidence we found, it is not irrelevant what went on in the Texas Roadhouse, in my opinion. As the person representing Texas Roadhouse said, it is a big picture. And I will share the results with you in just a second. Do you mind if I put you on mute for a second and use the restroom? I will be right back, you all. Don't go anywhere, and hit that thumbs up if you hadn't. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. So I'm going to pull up the report for you. But while I'm doing that, we're going to look at some things I want to show you all before I pull up the report. So basically, this is, for those of you new to the case, this is Texas Roadhouse. This is the last time, this is where Sebastian was seated. This is the shirt he was wearing. Okay, obviously, look, looks like he's got a new haircut too. He's just so precious. This is Green Hoodie entering the restaurant. Okay. Green Hoodie, very baggy clothes, female. Who does that resemble to you? Don't put it in my chat. Just put it in your mind or your initials. Okay. Excuse me. Okie dokes. We're going to share this tab. I'm going to share it with you. I'm going to come in and have you look at it. This is when we watched the footage the other day. When we watched the footage the other day of the Texas Roadhouse, there are things going on behind this truck. Remember, there's the white truck that's behind KP's. Well, there's an individual who goes walking behind the trucks. And I'm not saying it's Sebastian. I'm not saying it's someone with Sebastian. I'm just saying it caught my eye, and I have sent these images to my person who looks at the images. Okay, because look right here. Let me make sure I'm showing it to you guys. Okay. And then we'll go back to the behavior analysis. Okay. Right here is what I want you to see. There is a person back here. This person appears to have a white sweatshirt on, but we are still looking into that. But look at this. This is what caught my attention. It was after KP pulled out. After KP pulled out, and this person appears walking down the back sidewalk. Could this be completely unrelated? Absolutely. Look, it looked to me, the reason it caught my eyes, what's Sebastian wearing? Jeans and a dark shirt. That's the reason it caught my eyes. Am I saying to you it's Sebastian? No, but that's why it caught my eyes and we are looking into it. All happening behind the truck. Here's another one. Here's when the person gets a little closer to that person. Let me minimize that for you a little bit. Okay, here's another one. See this going on back here? Hold on, you all. I have to, someone's trying to get a hold of me real quick. Hold on. Sorry, you all. I'm waiting for things that are out in public redacted, but I'm trying to pull it up right now. So forgive me. So there's things going on behind the truck. Now, do we know that's related to Sebastian? No. But should we look at everything? Absolutely. So that's what we're looking at right now is what's going on back here. Because this person has on a black shirt and jeans, and that's why it caught my attention. Does it mean it's Sebastian? No. But it caught my attention. It's the night he went missing, or the last time he was there, within seconds of him pulling out. Okay, here it is again. All going on behind that white truck. I'm going to come to the chat for a second. I'm going to be sharing the behavioral analysis with you. I'm just trying to get it pulled up and downloaded. Okay. Now, one thing while I'm waiting for that to downloading stuff, I want to share with you something from the Justice Department. Sorry, you all. I'm really trying to get this in here. Okay, I think I've got okay, there we go. Let me see if I have what I want here. Got it. Okay. I have the behavior analysis for you that I'm going to share. real quick. We'll come back to the .gov. I'm sorry, you guys. Sometimes when I can get things downloaded or, remember how they say those redactions are coming public as they redact them? Well, I'm trying to get them. One second. Okay, you all, I'm here. I'm just getting it. It came in upside down. I'm just trying to, there we go. Okay. Many of you have wanted to wondered about the behavior, what was going on in the Texas Roadhouse, and now we have the behavior analyst report from a doctor. Okay, and this is the first time I'm seeing this with you right now because I hadn't had it. So let's go. Good morning. Hold on one second. I am so sorry, you guys. Can you just pause for 1 second? Okay. So we are going to look at this, but I'm going to get a better version of this downloaded real quick. So I'm going to go to I'm going to get a better version of this. So I am going to go ahead and get to our slideshow about, one second. I'm just going to mute you 1 second, and then I promise I will be right back. Okay, I'm here. I'm going to open up a different copy of it. There's new features on it that, sorry about that. There's just some new features in there that won't work in docs where I had it open. So hold on 1 second. Let me change this. I'm going to stop sharing real quick. Okay, let's go ahead and, sorry, there were some new features in there, so my docs wouldn't work. So we're going to go ahead and I will share it this way. So we just read the letter. Oh, okay. We read that. You ready to analyze the behavior? Hi, Meep. I know. Meep says, I felt sorry for him in the restaurant. He had nothing to do. Yeah, he didn't have a phone or anything, did he? Oh, I know. Okay, so this is the Texas Roadhouse video analysis clip plus Texas Roadhouse clip. And they had doctors analyze this, and this is the report. And I'm sorry it took me so long to get that downloaded. There were some new features. I was going to pull it up in doc, but it would not have shown you all the features. So thank you for your patience. Primary hypotheses from behavior. POIA, person of interest, is clearly interested in blank and or blank. This meets the eye alert threshold of threat detection. So they, okay. Boy, you know. Oh, okay. So person of interest A. So PIOA, and we don't know who they're talking about because we don't know what order. But what I think is so very relevant to this is we've been really told there's nothing to see at Texas Roadhouse. Now, professionals have analyzed the behaviors and they believe it needed to be reported to the FBI. Okay. Primary hypothesis behavior. Person of interest A is clearly interested in blank and or blank, meets the eye alert threshold of threat detection. Hypothesis 1, person of interest A, part of plot leading to blank going missing later that evening. That's a question. Is person of interest A part of a plot leading to blank going missing later that evening? Hypothesis 2, is person of interest A seeking to steal blank blank? Hypothesis 2, weaker. As an opportunity to steal blank missed when blank arrived, were dining and or leaving. So was the person of interest A seeking to steal as an opportunity to steal blank missed when blank arrived, when were dining and or were leaving? To me, that sounds like was someone not there on time or something. Person of interest B. So we have A seeming to be part of a plot going later that evening. Person of interest A seeking to steal blank. As an opportunity to steal blank missed when blank arrived, were dining and were leaving. And there's a whole chart here, by the way. There's a whole chart here we're going to look at. Person of interest B doesn't seem to be involved. So person of interest A seems to be part of a plot leading to someone going missing. Well, we know who went missing later that evening. Hypothesis 2, person of interest A seeking to steal, and then a hypothesis 2 a little weaker, or as an opportunity to steal was missed when blank arrived, were dining and or were leaving. So was an opportunity missed? Were they seeking to steal? Person of interest A, part of a plot. Part of a plot. Let's keep going. Person of interest B doesn't seem to be involved. Person of interest C's involvement is unlikely but possible. So they have one person that seems to be, is clearly interested in blank or blank, person of interest A, and meets the I-hold threshold, the I-alert threshold of threat detection. That's person of interest A, right? Person of interest B doesn't seem to be involved. Person of interest C, involvement unlikely but possible. Not enough data to conclude on images of two persons of interest circled in red within the restaurant. Associated counter sub-theories. Person of interest A working independently on hypothesis 1. Person of interest A working blank on hypothesis. Person of interest A working with other party on hypothesis 1. Further investigation. Person of interest B, C, and 2 in restaurant need engaging to eliminate from inquiries. No behavioral evidence from image data studied that they are involved. Person of interest A is clearly interested in blank and or blank. Forensic behavioral interview needed to explore the high-level interest evidenced by the data here against the I-alert system. C, prior post associations and communications between person of interest A and blank and or others were explored. Whew. Here is the confidential report by the doctors. Shows key behavioral. Are you all with me on this? We are getting closer, my friends, and they're not going to stop. Okay. But they're now releasing behavioral analyst reports. And now we have that A is a threat, possibly. B probably isn't involved in their opinion. C could be. So don't tell us nothing went on in the Texas Roadhouse. Don't tell us there's nothing to see there. Don't tell us everything was A-okay the last place a child went. Now let's look at this chart. Christina, we don't know who that is, so please don't put that in the chat. Please, please, please. Okay? Please put in my opinion, okay? Because we don't know who person of interest B is. So please put that in my opinion. We want to keep our facts straight too, for the sake of Sebastian. Key behavioral observations from CCTV. The clip, still images, and video of CCTV recording on a screen. Sound ignored. From February 24th, 2024. Okay, here we go. It's the 25th. Okay. Erratic parking attempts. They're not going to show us the time. I wish we knew. Let me look at this for a second before I share it. Okay, here's the behavioral. In this first column are the behaviors that have been observed. In this second column, what stage it is in the video. In the third column, the consideration or the hypothesis, okay? You have seen the Texas Roadhouse footage enough to probably know exactly what they are referencing. And it says green text are inserted images from still images using page X references. Okay, now this will help you guys. We'll go over it. Here is the behavior observed. Erratic parking attempts. I'm trying to enlarge it for you. There you go. That might help a little bit. Okay. Erratic parking attempts. Got it? Then the account, what stage in the video? Blank tries to park in standard space, gives up, and takes disabled space. These are things we can watch the video now. Consider, are you in a rush? Late for table booking? Blank for blank booking? Disabled badge holder? Disregards rules? Late so takes risk. Those were the considerations as to why they were erratically parking and tried to park in a standard space, give up, and take a disabled space. Interesting. Person of interest A. And this is why I said don't try and guess who it is. Male, thin, lanky, strides with purpose. This is the behaviors they observed. Has a cap on, glances 1/15 towards. Okay, I think we know, I know who that is, in my opinion. Account, what is the stage in the video? Person of interest A exits blank door, unsure if this is part of blank door is in photo. Their consideration, do they have somewhere to go? Is this their baseline pace? Are they avoiding detection? Hypothesis, red flag. See eye alert criteria below. Baseline dress, concealing ID from the CCTV. Recon collaboration regarding, was there orient to noise of a car? Whoops, excuse me. Orient to noise of a car, blank on both hands. Not single issue. What are they concealing? Is there evidence? Okay. So the person of interest A is a thin male, lanky. Got that? Now, if you go back up here, oh, we missed this first letter. Hold on, I didn't read to you this part. Let me read this to you. I invited you to a blank drive where you will find the video of Sebastian Rogers from Texas Roadhouse, video of them departing, a PDF with 30 photos. Help us by first analyzing the video of them leaving. You'll notice Sebastian seems taken back. Okay, we read that. Please pay close attention to blank individuals, walks by wearing blank, and another comes by wearing blank, but I'm sure missing some details. Blank investigator retained by Mr. Rogers might have additional questions. Excited to learn you'd be assisting with this. Okay, maybe I did read that. Okay. So, do you remember who A was in this? Let's talk about it. Person of interest A seems to be part of a plot leading to blank going missing later that evening. Person of interest A. Okay, so now we go here and we see it says person of interest A is clearly interested in blank and or blank. Forensic behavioral interview needed to explore the high level interest evidenced by the data here against the eye alert system. Prior, post, and associations of communications between person of interest A and blank and or others explored. We now know person of interest A is a thin, lanky male. Okay. Person of interest A exits. Do they have somewhere to go? Are they avoiding detection? Red flag. See eye alert criteria. Baseline dress, concealing ID from CCTV, recon collaboration, orient to noise of car on both hands. So probably, what are they concealing? What are they looking at? Okay. But it is a lanky male. Next behavior that they observe, shuffles into bay. Next, fingers open on video screen. Think about who they're talking about. And then the observation is, were they attempting to zoom in on the screen? Person of interest A returns after 16 seconds, still visible on blank hand and in pocket. Glances 1/15 towards blank. Person of interest A returns to the door. And then the hypothesis is, was this too quick for probably their normal pace, recon, and collaboration regarding this? So they're watching their behavior and they're probably trying to compare it to the normal walk, the normal pace, the normal behavior. So we have a lanky male who is zooming in on his screen. He's looking in a direction. Is he concealing something? Is it evidence? shuffles into the bay. Someone shuffles into the bay, uses the fingers open on the video screen. The question is he attempting possibly to zoom in on the screen? Returns after 16 seconds. He is still visible. Blank is still visible on probably the right or left hand and in the pocket. Glances 1/15 towards blank. Then return, and this is going on in the video when POI A, person of interest A, returns to the door. Too quick for, so they're wondering, they're questioning his pacing. Why is this going on so quick? Is he trying to conceal ID from the CCTV with the way dressed? Maybe a mask? Okay. Front passenger door. We're right here. Check on you all. You all with me? Right front passenger door starts to open. Well, there's two people out front, you all. There's the tall, thin employee, and there's the yellow raincoat they could be talking about, okay? Front passenger door starts to open. It takes 21 seconds to get out. The time of what stage is this during the video? This is when they are exiting. The front passenger door starts to open, takes 21 seconds to get out at the time of the video during the exiting. And then their question is waiting for, are they removing a seatbelt? Something placing a blue badge? Oh, maybe the handicap? See blank from blank on image. I know it's hard with the redactions, you all, but the analysis point out to you is it's not that there's nothing to see at the Texas Roadhouse. Front passenger doors took 21 seconds to open. Front driver's door starts to open. At the time of the video, they are exiting the car, heading left of blank door to blank. Put that video in your head. Then the behavior being analyzed is blank pulls phone from rear pocket and puts to ear. 8 paces in 3 seconds with purpose. That is at the time of the video when they advance to pathway in sync. The observation is, were they to catch on shorter trajectory, excited about the meal? Their other observation is the image of a badge. Interesting. Person of interest B wearing blank and blank. Blank after meal. This is the part of the video where they are standing. Person of interest B walks towards the door and turns towards. Person of interest B is wearing blank and blank. Blank after meal on back of left hand spare. Person of interest B continues to walk, blank towards side of, and walks around bollard to car. This is the time of the video where person of B is walking towards the door, towards door. They really analyze this, you all. And if you look, they're on page 23s and 24s and all of that. So the front driver door starts to open, exiting the car. Okay, the behavior shows the trajectory of blank returning to blank, and person of interest B seems uninvolved. Movement between blank and blank, person of interest C backs off. Now, think of who this is. Person of interest C backs off as blank approaches between blank, looks over and as blank continues walking. This is at the time of the video returning. Person of interest C may be passenger from blank and simply exchanging spaces within narrow gap between blank and blank. Maybe other taking shortcut. Maybe person of interest A, accomplice in stealing questions or stealing blank. So maybe their person of interest is A, accomplice. Person of interest A reappears. See the still images below. I would have loved to have seen this before I put it out to you all, but I will look at it again very closely. Page 10, the behavior being analyzed is person of interest A appears again wearing blank, not in frame yet. See also Texas Road's video. This is a red flag confirmed. Person of interest A is a strong person of interest, meets threshold of criteria from malintent from our iAlert system. 3 indicators across 2 dimensions. Interest, taking an interest in blank with an extended gaze, attire, and also attire. Interest, taking an interest in blank, attire, and attire. So there's 3 red flags with person of interest A, the lanky male. An extended gaze. Now you remember who stared for a long time. It was the thin employee in the black sweatshirt and the hat. And then they talk about the attire. Person of interest A takes interest in Sebastian. Head turned and held for 3 paces minutes. Okay. During the time of the video where he was returning to blank light signal unlocked and blank enters. I don't know. Person of interest C walking between blank towards blank. Person of interest C walking between blank towards blank appears to be gesturing. Key sensed. Now, who do you think person of interest C is? Person of interest C walking between blank towards blank appears to be gesturing. There is a key sensed. Person of interest C, let's go back up. Maybe a passenger from blank and exchanging spaces within a narrow gap. So now I think you know who person of interest C is. Okay, person of interest C walking between blank towards blank appears to be gesturing, and I'm assuming that gesturing is to KP. Okay, this is during the time of the video where they are inside blank, seatbelts on, and then they depart. Oh, I'm sorry. Then what happens is after the gesturing and the walking between the cars and a key is sensed, the next time on the video is someone gets inside, seatbelts on, and depart. EIA Group's iAlert system is peer-reviewed and tested in high-state counterterrorism criminal surveillance attack contexts. Let me see something here. Okay. Context. Let's click on that real quick. What is odor and iAlert? So just to go back to you all, a key was sensed. Well, we're not going to play the guessing game. Okay, but so we have person of interest C who may be working an accomplice with person of interest A in stealing. Well, who might have been stolen. Okay. And person of interest C is a lanky, thin male. Or person of interest A is a lanky, thin male. Person of interest C. Let me go back to that. I'm sorry, you all. So person of interest A it says right here for further investigation, person of interest B and C and 2 in the restaurant need engaging to eliminate from inquiries. I wonder if law enforcement ever did that. Person of interest A is clearly interested in blank and or forensic behavioral interview needed to explore the high level of interest evidenced by the data here against the iAlert system. Prior post associations between person of interest A and blank and or others explored. And here is where we learn person of interest A is male, thin, and lanky. Okay. Person of interest C, movement between blank and person of interest C backs off as blank approaches, between blank looks over as blank continues. Person of interest C may be a passenger. Now, that tells us, in my opinion, because I know some of you think person of interest C was KP, that it's not KP, because they would have said maybe a passenger, okay? So I think person of interest C is green hoodie. I think person of interest A, the lanky male, but it says person of interest A is a strong person of interest. So in other words, they meet the threshold of criteria for malintent from the eye alert system, taking an interest, the way they are dressed. Are they trying to conceal themselves from the cameras? Person of interest B, that they were checking into, seems uninvolved. Person of interest C, walking between the cars, appears to be gesturing. Because remember, as KP approaches the car, you see green hoodie's hand kind of go like, come here, kind of move, right? So I think person of interest C is, in my opinion, from looking at this, green hoodie. And that says person of interest C, person of interest C may be passenger from blank and simply exchanging spaces between the gap. Okay. Maybe person of interest A's accomplice in stealing, I would assume, Sebastian. Okay. Very scary, in my opinion. So person of interest A, that lanky male, is a huge red flag. The way he's dressed, is he concealing his identity from cameras, from CCTV? What is the recon collaboration regarding blank? His orient to the noise of the car, on both hands, not single issue, concealing evidence. So what I can tell you from this is there is something to see at Texas Roadhouse. This is just a photo from Texas Roadhouse, just to give them a little glimpse of the parking lot. Now, when they are mentioning eye alert, lots of red flags. Male waiter showed them to the table, NeuroV is saying, and blocked CCTV with the door, in my opinion. Interesting. Thank you, NeuroV, for sharing with us. Yes, the person who seated them is in a black shirt, long sleeve t-shirt, and it is a male. But I don't know if it's the same male out front. I'll have to relook at that. So what is odor and eye alert? We want to know, here's a behavior analysis. We see things are going on there at the Texas Roadhouse. In my opinion, this verifies things are going on in the Texas Roadhouse. And let's figure out how that eye alert behavior assessment works. It's a threat assessment, right? So let's see how this works. What is odor and eye alert are staying safe with behavior analysis. Get to the eye alert part. Okay. OTER is an acronym for EIA's primary detection methodology and stands for observe, target, engage, and respond. It is used as a top-level filtering system. So this is to let you know that what they did to make these analyses. They were studying 3 persons of interest, A, B, and C. B, they thought was uninvolved. A, they felt was a and C may be an accomplice, and that person of interest A is a strong person of interest. Okay, just to remind you of that. So they say here, it's a top level filtering system. So what the results are and the report are top level. It's a top analysis. It's an intense looking into the environment and what was happening around Sebastian right before he went missing. So EIA's primary detection methodology and stands for observe, target, engage, and respond. It is used as a top-level filtering system in any environment where security professionals are challenged with monitoring high volumes of individuals in a high-security environment, such as airports, train stations, closed diplomatic protection in urban areas, event security, and so on. And also that would mean in a restaurant that's crowded on a Sunday night and a child goes missing. So that's why they were engaged and asked to do this analysis. Observe. The first stage is observe. It's fundamental and requires extensive training and practice. Building on the SCANR process, OTR practitioners are taught the importance of social and self-awareness and competence, instilling the foundations of strong emotional intelligence within context, as well as a mindful approach to observation for primary detection of malintent. This aims to highlight awareness of and mitigate for preconceived ideas, expectations, biases, and prejudices. With odor asserting a zero-tolerance approach to ethnic racial profiling that had been previously raised as a criticism of security processes. Okay, so once this is established, once they're in their observe mode, once this is established, the context is considered. Context meaning the meaning of the situation, the meaning of the circumstance, the area. Context is established, considered. Odor training and practice has a huge focus on context, as with SCANR also. As without a strong understanding of the social, cultural, and environmental context in which we are observing, how can we even begin to consider what might be out of the norm? Now, I will tell you this, it's out of the norm that people are lurking around a car before a child goes missing, but that's just my opinion. I'm sticking to it. Training typically includes mock crimes, hostile surveillance role plays, red team drills, and perceptual shifts to help odor practitioners consider their own mindsets and that of a potentially hostile individual. A lot of training goes in behind these behavioral analysts, okay? Within the context they are working. Only then does observation begin. Following EIA's model known as I-Alert that highlights 6 dimensions of observation in primary detection work. Each of the dimensions includes various areas to be aware of during the observation stage. And we see that it brings up a tire and things like that. So here are their 6 dimensions of observation. And each of these dimensions includes various areas to be aware of during this observation stage. The dimensions are interest. What are the individuals focusing on? And we see in the report that they're wondering what one of the individuals is indeed looking at. Attire. What clothing and personal possessions do they have? Locomotion. How are people moving through the environment? Well, green hoodie stood there for 40 seconds with KP and was there waiting a minute and a half before KP arrived. That would be people moving through environment. The person at the door who's watching, it's KP coming out. It's Sebastian standing near the door. They're watching it all. They're watching attire. Is someone wearing a mask? Is someone wearing something odd in order to hide their face? Is someone wearing maybe baggy clothing in order to hide their actual frame? Engagement. What type and level of engagement is there between the individuals? What's happening? Well, we saw the other day when we watched the footage of Texas Roadhouse that as KP approaches the car, green hoodie's hand goes out and up, and KP's does this too, and they approach each other. No one seems to be afraid of each other. No one seems to be a 60-year-old man No one seems to be worried that their stalker has stood between the cars, which we once heard from SF Investigates saying she had a stalker and was worried. So, why would you approach your stalker? Why would you just walk right up to someone you think, if you've got a stalker, are you going to walk up to a stranger standing by your car? Some things have to make sense before you say them, in my opinion. Okay. Ritual. What religious, spiritual, contemplative behaviors are being displayed? 27 pins. The framework of 6-channel analysis system scans, Archer and Lansley 2015 and Lansley 2017. These can be used at a distance and covert close proximity to observe face, body, psychophysiology, voices, interactional styles, and verbal content. So they are looking at all of that when they are doing this behavior analysis. They are not just looking at the footage. They are studying voices. They are studying body language. They are looking at facial expressions. They are looking at interaction styles. For instance, a mother walking right up to her car where an alleged stranger is standing and their hands, and verbal content. Really interesting. Target, understanding what to attend to or target is a challenge, as most behaviors observed within an OTER context will be innocuous, harmless, typical, and non-threatening. Even some behavior that may seem odd are often no cause for concern in isolation and may just appear different for cultural, pathological, and/or individual reasons. An OTER practitioner will observe and note behaviors that appear abnormal or inconsistent with the context established in the observe stage, and these are known as primary detection point of interest, or PD PIN. Remember that this is a point of interest and not necessarily a point of concern. So they're isolating behaviors, they're looking, they're studying this information. They're seeing, is it different? Is it just appearing odd for cultural reasons maybe, or other individual reasons? Is there no cause for concern if you isolate it, or is there? The OTER practitioner will become more alert when they observe 3 or more PD pins over 2 or more dimensions. And remember, we just went over the dimensions with a 3-minute time frame. I'll say it again. They become more alert when they observe 3 or more PD pins over 2 or more dimensions with a 3-minute time frame. This cluster filtering further mitigates against false positives, genuine members of the public being targeted by security, though is still only a more cluster of observations that may require moving to the next stage for clarity on the behavior anomalies observed. And we know that person of interest A was a huge red flag to them. So you have malintent and non-threat. So targeted, you have malintent, you have targeted and trusted. Okay. So there's malintent, and then there's someone who is non-threatening. It's a false positive. Okay. It's a false positive, and the trust is correct. Malintent means it's correct. You're going to target, it's a correct target, and the trust is a false negative. That's interesting, actually. Well, let's look at that chart again. Interesting. So they look at targeted and trusted. Okay, malintent and non-threat. Engage. We've done observe at this stage. So you've got observe, target, and now we're in engage of the OTER practitioner. At this stage, the OTER practitioner has identified behaviors, usually in clusters, that warrants an individual being approached to ascertain, for example, who they are and their purpose for being in the environment being observed. Depending on the context, this may be done covertly, a behavior detection officer engaging in conversation whilst posing as a fellow passenger or member of the public, or overtly, security teams engaging in conducting a random check of identity or documentation. Clearly, the threshold for engaging as mentioned in the observe stage is the context. For example, the area or event type, and that's how they determine if it's going to be a covert, excuse me, sorry, my foot just fell asleep, covertly or not. So clearly the threshold for I just lost the place. Clearly the threshold for engaging as mentioned in the observe stage is the context, the area or event, level of risk, number of people in the area, and so on. So you've got a busy restaurant, right? There's a fine line as to when this will or will not occur that needs to be balanced with available resources of the team conducting the observations. So the point being, they are well trained to, based on the environment being observed, to detect behavior, whether it's in a busy restaurant, an airport, or not. They are well trained to identify behaviors, usually in clusters, meaning many people, that warrants an individual being approached and talked to, whether it's openly or covertly. Okay. During the engagement stage, security professionals remain mindful and conscious of inconsistencies in behavior. Again, using the scanner framework in order to control for increased stress and anxiety during this period. The covert security professional may utilize elicitation skills in order to elicit information conversationally without the subject feeling like they are being interviewed. So they know how to pull information without someone getting nervous, like, why are they talking to me? Why do they keep asking me that? They know how to get that information. These are trained individuals that we just are looking at their reports of the analysis of what went on at the Texas Roadhouse. And my friends, there is something to see there, in my opinion. Okay. Where a more formal approach is required, then practitioners are trained to use non-oppressive investigative interview processes, again, to minimize the contamination of the engagement on the responses and the observed behavior. So they have their ways to get the information without contaminating that information because someone's nervous or doesn't want to speak to them because they're feeling they're being interviewed. Once the security professional has engaged and collected further data in order to gain clarity on the observed PD pins, a decision can be made. Now we're at the respond part of the OTER. We had observe, target, evaluate. Now we are at respond. Let me check on you all real quick. You all okay? I know it's been a long one. I'm sorry, you all, but there's so much information I want to make sure you have. And Minnie says, match or raise me, y'all. Teach working hard and long today. Oh, thanks, Minnie, and thanks for your donation. And Michelle said, thank you for all your hard work and time put in. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. And you are very welcome. I want you all to be updated on Sebastian's case because you are a strong Sebastian's army, and Sebastian's army is growing. And Roxy R., thank you so much for your donation. I've been listening. Thank you for reading this to us, Jay. You are very welcome, Roxy R. Thank you all. You're all so gracious. Thank you very, very much. Truly appreciate all of you. And I'm sorry I'm stumbling over words at times. It's just been a lot to read, but it's well worth it, and I will be here till we finish it. Because we are going to bring him home. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, he is 16 years old. He needs to be brought home. His dad is waiting to make more memories. Then they have the response. So you have observe, target, evaluate, and now we are to respond. Here is the decision point. And I'm more than happy to read this to you, you all, because this explains what we just saw, that it wasn't just flim flam. It was a it was a serious analysis that took many steps and many trained individuals. And that's why it's important we look at this. Hi, Frank. Hey, Kiki. Hi, Lisa Don. Bobby, thank you so much for your super sticker, Bobby Brutzman. I appreciate that. That's very, very generous. I'm going to take a sip of my apple juice and we'll go on. It's time to bring Sebastian home. And by goodness, when I got my subscribers and my members who can't feel comfortable bringing their children to Hendersonville, that upsets me. I don't want that for you. I want us to feel safe going places. But it's pathetic that a town has represented themselves and behaved in a way. And I'm not just talking Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'm talking many around there. Let's not forget the owner of the Pig Fest, who make it look like they don't care about missing kids, in my opinion, and you all don't want to bring your children, and I completely understand that, but never should there be a town where people don't feel children are safe. But when you conduct yourself in a way that you act like it doesn't matter, then people don't want to come to your town with their children. And how horrible is that? Respond. Here is the decision point. Now, we saw the response in this person is a huge red flag and needs to be looked into. Okay. Person of interest A. Here's the decision point. Does the person approached have any potential deceptive or malicious intent? Malintent. And that's where that chart up above is going to make more sense. Or are they simply a genuine member of the public going about their day-to-day lives? And that is an absolute fabulous point to bring up, because we're looking at a crowded restaurant and there are people walking by. And sometimes when we look at something and we keep watching and we keep watching and we're looking, we don't want to create something that isn't there. You know, that's just a person walking back and forth maybe, right? So they have the training to determine the difference between someone just eating at the restaurant, coming and going, or someone who is there for deceptive or malicious reasoning. Does the covert BDO walk away from the engagement with no follow-up necessary? Hold on one second. Does the covert BDO walk away from the engagement with no follow-up necessary? Does the illicit conversation highlight further issues? Therefore, the BDO disengages and then escalates to formal security. I'm trying to figure out what BDO is right now. BDO. So they have things they look at when they respond. These are the things they look at. Okay, here's the decision point. Do they seem to have malintent, malicious behavior, deceptive behavior, or are they just going about their business, eating at the restaurant in this case? Are they walking away? Is someone walking away from the engagement with no follow-up necessary? Oh, okay. Does the covert BDO, who was getting the information, walk away from the engagement with no follow-up necessary? They feel fulfilled in what the information they received. And that would be the behavior detection officer. Okay. So does that behavior detection officer feel that he doesn't have to follow up? Or does the conversation that the behavior detection officer has, does that conversation highlight further issues and then the behavior detection officer disengages and escalates to formal security? There are stages. You see the stages? And then also, are the issues identified when security approaches enough to warrant detaining someone, and so on? Obviously, the level of response should be in line with the policies and processes linked to the context. and in line. Sorry, I just lost my place. In context and in line with the human rights of those individuals being observed. The odor frameworks, in combination with the engagement techniques taught during the programs, aim to increase confidence in decision making, as well as improving the understanding, language, and communication on primary detection between teams and promote feedback on decisions made by practitioners. Well trained, a thorough process, a methodology. So I look at this report as essential. And they created this program because during their work with airport security clients, they implicated the SCANS methodology into their training programs. And during their analysis of hundreds of post-engagement reports, an interesting observation was made. In the context of an airport departure area, you may have thousands of passengers passing through at any one time, meaning the challenge for security professionals is knowing where to put the attention. There is so much visual and audible behavioral information being observed. It can be a struggle to filter behaviors that may need attending to over the noise of the environment. So they are trained in a mass amount of people to know who should be being looked at. Okay. Now I want to take you back here now and show you here where they say, is this the report? Right here. Let me share this instead. Red flag confirmed. Now that you know everything they went through, thank you, by the way, Bobby. I'm going to take this down if you don't mind. Everything they absolutely went through in order to come up with their observations. And they observed that red flag confirmed. And you all, that's in red, that's underlined. Person of interest A, which is our lanky male, is a strong person of interest. They meet the threshold of criteria for malintent from our eye alert system based on two things about attire, my friends, and interest. They're taking an interest with an extended gaze. Now that you know that, and we know what they're working, and I know this is real long, so I'll finish up after this. I want to take you back here. Okay, I want to take you back here for a second. Okay, right here. You all doing okay? We're almost finished. We're almost finished. I just want to take you back now that we know absolutely everything they went through. Because like I told you, I downloaded this and didn't read it before I got to share it with you, that I'm sharing it with you. So now it makes a little bit more sense. My dog's scratching on my leather chair. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Now that it makes a little more sense as to everything they went through, and we know person of interest A is a threat, and we saw the stages that it went through to identify that. Person of interest C may be working with as an accomplice to person of interest A in the stealing. When you say steal, what do you think we're talking about? In my opinion, Sebastian, right? Excuse me. So we're going to go back through here. Hypothesis 1. Person of interest A is clearly interested in blank and or blank. He meets the eye alert threshold of threat detection. This is based on person of interest A's behavior. Person of hypothesis 1. Person of interest A is part of a plot leading to blank going missing later that evening. Hypothesis 2. Person of interest A seeking to steal blank. Hypothesis 2, which is a little weaker. It was an opportunity to steal blank was missed when blank arrived, were dining and or were leaving. So basically saying, did they get there late, miss an opportunity to steal him? Was it missed? Okay, because they arrived at a time they should later, maybe people were dining and or were leaving. Okay, and that's the weaker hypothesis. The stronger hypothesis is person of interest A seeking to steal Sebastian, is what I think that says, but I'm just putting that in there. And then in bold, person of interest A, part of a plot. Part of a plot, not the only person, part of a plot to blank going missing later that evening. Person of interest B isn't involved, doesn't seem to be involved. Person of interest C, involvement unlikely but possible. And we saw in the chart that possibly an accomplice with person of interest A. Then it says associated counter subtheories. So here's their hypothesis. Person of interest A is clearly interested in blank and or blank and meets that eye alert threshold of threat detection. Hypothesis in bold, person of interest A is part of a plot leading to blank going missing, Sebastian going missing that evening. Hypothesis 2, person of interest A is seeking to steal blank. Hypothesis 2, which is weaker, not their strongest one, but a possibility, is person of interest A. It was as an was seeking to steal as an opportunity to steal. Blank was missed. When blank arrived, they were dining and or were leaving. So they missed their opportunity. Okay. Then the other thing you want to look at was person of A working independently on hypothesis 1? Was person of interest A, our lanky male, working independently on a part of a plot leading to Sebastian going missing later that evening? I just think that when they say plot, there's more to it than right there, most likely more people, but that's just me. Person of interest A working independently. That's what they were looking at. Was person of interest A working blank on hypothesis blank? Now I don't know why that one's redacted. Okay. Probably or was person of interest A working with another party on hypothesis 1, the plot leading to Sebastian going missing later that evening? Those are the way they break it down. Then from further investigation, person of interest B and C and 2 in the restaurant need engaging. So now they have come back. Person of interest C's involvement is unlikely but possible and requires further investigation, as does person of interest B. And 2 people in the restaurant. I think I might have a guess as to who those 2 are, but that would be a guess. Person of interest B, C, and 2 in the restaurant need engaging to eliminate from inquiries. No behavioral evidence from image data studied that they are involved, but they feel that they need to be looked more into based on their very thorough analysis. Further investigation B, person of interest A is clearly interested in blank and or blank. Forensic behavioral interview needed to explore the high-level interest evidenced by the data here against the eye alert system. Excuse me. So something's going on around the car of a child when he is last seen, in my opinion. Then C, for further investigation, these doctors suggest, and there were more than one, prior post associations and communications between person of interest A and blank and or blank others need to be explored. So probably what that means, my friends, is explore what relationships that red flag person of interest has with probably Sebastian, probably with KP, probably with the other persons of interest there, and explore that and find out. Okay. One thing I just want to say here, person of interest A, the biggest red flag is a male, thin, lanky person who strides with purpose. He is wearing a cap. Who wears a cap? We had an employee in a black sweatshirt with a cap on who took a long, extended glance at Sebastian. Now, I do know one of my moderators had been out there, stopped in to see the person in the black sweatshirt and cap and was told he no longer worked there. Okay. So we know who was striding with purpose, had a cap on, and that is a red flag. Their hypothesis is, did he have somewhere to go? Well, and then also we could consider he's delivering food, so he's moving fast. He was at the to-go, outdoor to-go thing. So we could consider that as an option. Did he have somewhere to go? Is that his baseline pace? Does he move that fast, or is he avoiding detection from cameras? Hypothesis, red flag. Baseline dress, concealing ID from CCTV. And then they're probably wondering, what was there an orient to the noise of the car? Now, I'm not sure why it says on both hands. Okay. Finger, and then he shuffles into the bay, fingers open on a video screen, and they're asking, did he attempt to zoom in on screen? Person of interest A, the big red flag, returns after 16 seconds, blank still visible on blank hand and in pocket, or blank in pocket, and glances towards blank. Now over here, it says this POA returns to blank door. I'm wondering if it's the employee's door, and their observation, their question is too quick for blank. So they have questions about his behavior. This one, when we've read all those, we've read those. So it's a lot to look at. It's a lot to hear, but it's so important because we really want to know absolutely everything when it comes to Sebastian. We want to be able to find him. Sorry, kids are running upstairs. We want to be able to find him. We want to be able to bring him home. And that is exactly what we're going to do. Okay. And we will get to this misconduct on our next live because we are almost 5 hours in. My dogs want to go potty and eat their dinner. So we will end it here. Oh, Whispering, thank you so much for your super sticker. That's very kind of you as well. Thank you so very much, Whispering Winds. And Mods, thank you for being here. You're just such a blessing to the channel. You really do take such good care of the chat. You make sure everyone says, in my opinion, and everything they can. And I truly, truly appreciate it. And Bliss Blessing says, thank you so much, Sebastian Strong. Bliss, thank you. So good to see you in the chat. And thank you for that donation. You all, we are Sebastian Strong. Sebastian's army's growing. Mike the Situation from Jersey Shores posting. That's over 1 million viewers. We have the FBI post, which needs to be altered to add correct information. He is not 14, among many other things, but awareness is on. The silence, the going away, the sweeping under the rug ain't gonna happen. It's just not going to happen because we are not going to give up on Sebastian Rogers. And no one should ever, ever ask us to. No one should ever ask anyone to forget, be quiet about a child, or harass people who are trying to find a child. Hey, SI officer. So thank you for being here. The more we scream from the rooftops, the more we keep doing this, the more individuals are not going to be able to hide. Sebastian's case needs to be solved. Sebastian's case will be solved. And those who are trying to keep information, impede information, spread misinformation, guess what? We'll see you on the stand under oath, all of us. Well, it's live streamed to the world. It would have been much better to speak in private to law enforcement when you should have. TikTok, we're going to bring him home. Thank you all so much for being here. Till next time, keep keeping on. Members only, I will be on later. Give me a few hours, my friends. I got to rest my voice, take the dogs out, etc. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, mods, for a wonderful time. Members, subs, those in the bushes, thank you for being here. We truly are Sebastian's army. TikTok, let's get him found. Anyone with information, now's the time to come forward. You're seeing no one's stopping. You're seeing more people are getting involved. You know, big eyes are on this now. So unless you want to be spilling your guts under oath for the first time on the stand or behind bars, I suggest you get yourself speaking, get to the right places, open your mouths, and quit worrying about protecting relationships, because you're about to get yourself on the stand or behind bars, because no one's allowed to silence a child. No one's allowed to silence a missing child. No one's allowed to silence the world from wanting to find and bring home a missing child. And I can guarantee you, no one can silence Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. Till next time, my friends, keep keeping on, stay safe. And if you're in Sumner County, be aware of your surroundings. Blessings. Talk soon.